About a month ago, I started working in a nursing home near where I live. I gotta say, it's not a bad job if strong smells and putrid sights don't bother you. The residents here are usually sweet and lovable, although there are rude, grumpy people here as well. Who can really blame them, though? They don't have many years left, and many of them don't get visitors anymore. It fulfills me to talk with them and to give them someone to talk to since their families are no longer around. All was going well here with this job until they put me on the dementia wing. I always knew that I'd have to work in this wing. They bounce me around the floors pretty much wherever they need me. At first, it was just another normal day. I put together my cart and cleaned the floor. However, after I came back from my first 15-minute break, I started getting very unsettled. I'm not sure what caused this trigger, but if I had to guess, it was because I was too tired to really take in how creepy this side of the facility was. The rooms are strewn about, almost randomly, as if they were trying to pack as many people in here as possible. The residents here are often gray and gloomy, missing hair and teeth. I walked along the crowded halls, cleaning room by room, really taking in these people's lives, trying to piece together some story. What unnerved me more was the rooms without a lot of possessions, as if someone simply said, "They're so far gone, why would they need a lot of stuff?" Broken clocks that no longer worked or were set to a very wrong time, as if to really pound into my head that most of these men and women have no concept of time anymore. The overhead lights that drone on, the rectangular boxes that house, a reminder of the back rooms in a vague sense. This reminder was greatly heightened in the residents' bathrooms, where the buzzing was harsher, louder, more vivid. I turned off I don't know how many lights in these bathrooms to ease myself a bit more. The walls were a pinkish tan color. This was the biggest reminder yet. For some reason, the color seemed to fit perfectly with the unsettling atmosphere. The staff was even creepy in a sense. The way they weren't put off by it even seemed joyful. It made me feel more out of place here. I wanted to go home this day. I'm not a weak-minded person by any means, but something about the atmosphere was making me incredibly uncomfortable. Like I was a ghost walking through these halls. Now there's only about 10 or 15 rooms left. I pulled my cart into a big open alcove in the hallway, where most of the residents were sitting in wheelchairs, as none of them had the strength to walk anymore. Staring mindlessly at a TV, playing cute videos of animals, assumingly to put the residents at ease. However, this one thing that made me feel comfort quickly turned into dread. It was off-putting. This was the one good aspect of this wing of the nursing home, as if it didn't belong on the television. Their eyes, they looked at me with such sorrow, as if to say, "Help me," without saying anything at all. I'm not really sure how many of them can actually speak. Some of them look at me and ask, "Where am I?" And I'm at a loss as I don't know how to answer in a way that they'll understand. Then the screaming, the cries for help, the yelling for anyone to come and comfort them, yelling out blood-curdling screams when the nurse remotely touched them in any way. I just have to watch as I'm a janitor who cleans their rooms. I'm not allowed to touch the patients, no way to give comfort other than words, when they can barely hear, let alone process what I'm saying. This wing is so incredibly unnerving and sad. Listening and watching all of this does remind me of a piece of art known as Everywhere at the End of Time. And I feel as if this experience is only more unnerving, having prior knowledge of this sad piece of art. The worst part of it all, this could easily be any one of us when we get old, not knowing what is real and what isn't, and crying out for loved ones who aren't there and will never come. My sister and I found ourselves in a horrifying situation as we drove to drop me off at college. This was over 8 years ago, just outside of Bozeman, Montana, in a tiny town called Matthews. It was around 6 p.m. and we'd been on the road for hours. And besides having to pee, I was also really hungry. My sister was big on making as little stops as possible, so I'd been patient enough. She told me just a few more miles and we would stop. Before the few more miles was up, we heard a large bang, followed by the car shaking heavily to the left. Then we heard the sound of scraping. We both started checking all of the mirrors, and my sister exclaimed, "Shit." I could see mild sparks flying from the left back side of the car. We had a flat tire. My sister pulled the car over, and together we tried to change our first tire together. It was all going fine, but I really had to pee. We hadn't seen a lot of cars pass by, but enough that I didn't feel comfortable popping a squat right there on the side of the road. I asked my sister if she'd go across the way with me, but she didn't want to leave the car perched up without one of us there. So I ventured across the 2-lane highway myself, to the side with trees lining the way. I hopped across a small ravine and made my way behind some tall trees. Once I found the perfect spot, I turned around and started the process. While I was peeing, I noticed a real run-down house, more like a large shed. It was boarded up, but not fresh. The boards were dirty, and the place was relatively covered in and by the surrounding nature. A tree was actually growing out of one of the windows, not boarded up. It wasn't dark yet, and for some reason, I think that's why I wasn't afraid of this place. I finished up and walked to the road where I told my sister that we had to check out this building back here. She was always trying to take photos of weird things, and this was by definition weird. She told me to come and help with the tire first. Fair enough. We finished putting the spare tire on, which would easily last us till Bozeman. After locking up the car and grabbing her camera, my sister entertains me by visiting the strange shelter across the road. We walk the perimeter and I find the door, which is boarded up, but it looks as though those boards have been broken. I reach for the door handle just to see if I was lucky enough to encounter an unlocked door. I wasn't. I looked around the door to see if something was in the way. As I was leaning down, reaching for the bottom of the door, I see a shadow cross behind me. It creeped me out so much I almost lost balance. I looked back hoping to see my sister, but she's still on the side of the house. As I turned around to walk back to my sister, I heard the sound of a deadbolt unlocking. I turned just my head to see, was it the door? And the door itself is slowly opening. Before it can even open more than just a crack, I race back to my sister, telling her that we have to go, now. She looks at me, then slightly behind me. Her eyes go wide, and she orders me, "Go, go, run." We both run back to the car. I hear her fussing for her keys and swearing up a storm. She finds the keys, unlocks the doors. We pile in, lock the doors, and as my sister starts the car, I look around frantically. It's starting to get dark, but there's still light. I see nothing, though. I ask her, what did she see? She tells me she doesn't know, but also to stop talking while she gets us out of there. After a few minutes, I ask her again, what did she see? She tells me that behind me, close to the side of the shed where I was just previously standing, she saw a hand, followed by an arm, creep around the side. She said she guessed it was human, but it was terrifying. Thin and gray in color, long nails just reaching out. She was convinced it was the same thing that I saw, but I told her I didn't actually see anything, except, of course, a door unlocking and starting to open, presumably on its own. We still have no idea what we saw out there. A person, some sort of creature. I don't know. I'm just happy that we changed that tire so we didn't have to stick around and find out. This happened about 1.5 years ago. I was at work, night shift, a little past midnight, and I ordered DoorDash for myself and my supervisor, since it was her birthday. I was happy to see that I had the same driver as last time, as I work in a small building among other identical buildings, with a convoluted road system in between them all. It can be a little confusing for someone who's not used to it. I'd been watching the map, and I went outside once he was close by. I stood under a cluster of bright lights in our parking lot, wearing neon yellow. You couldn't miss me. Immediately, I get a call from my driver, asking me to come to him. I look around and I don't see anyone until I walk a couple of yards to the center of the lot. He's sitting on the side of my building, by the dumpster, where there's no light. He also has his lights off. I'm thinking, what the hell, dude? I start waving my arms and telling him I'm in front of the building and he's on the side. He hangs up and just chills there for a minute. At this point, I'm really annoyed because our food is getting cold and this delivery guy delivered in the exact same spot a week before. Finally, he turns his lights on and comes over to me. As soon as he pulls up, he's speaking another language into his phone, which then translates to English. And then he puts the phone towards me. I feel like I'm speaking to a child because, hello, this is inappropriate. And I say, oh, that's a cool app. And I look at him, waiting. He keeps speaking into the app about needing friends. And I tell him my supervisor is waiting for me, and I reach my hand out for the food. He tries to touch my hand and then asks for my number. At this point, the fact that he had tried to get me in the dark, plus his persistence, turned my growing annoyance into fear. I tell him I need the food, and he asks me to get in his car, in perfect English. Thank the Lord at this moment, someone in my sister building comes out and makes their way over to the lot. He finally gives me my food and scurries off, which freaks me out. Why, after all of that, would he speed off at the sight of another person? Clearly his intentions were not good. I reported all of this to DoorDash at the time, as well as my local police and social media, and it turns out that he'd done this to someone who lives 2 miles away from me. She had also ordered late at night, and he apparently asked her if she lived alone and if they could hang out, all while holding her food hostage. DoorDash assured me that they deactivated him, but his boldness and the fact that he seems to only drive late at night makes me think that he does this a lot and has probably already assaulted someone. I had a weird encounter today at the gym. I usually don't go to this gym too often, but today I walked into the men's changing room, and I walked past what looked like a man standing by the mirror. He was shirtless and was either wearing all black pants or shorts. I couldn't remember. When I walked past, I wasn't paying much attention. But he was just looking straight into the mirror, standing stationary, as I walked behind him to the benches to change, mentioning that he was the only one in there with me. As I walked to the benches, it was really quiet, and each step I took echoed really loud and bounced right back all around me. I don't know how else to explain it. It just didn't feel right in there. But I just ignored it since there wasn't even a reason to feel that way. As I put my jacket in my bag and took everything out of my pockets, I kind of felt eyes looking at me. But I just ignored it as my back was facing him. It felt as if he turned his head to the right to look over at me. When I was done putting my stuff away and I turned back around, he wasn't in front of the mirror anymore. I walked back towards the mirror to walk where I had first come from, to exit. And once I got to the mirror, I looked to my left and I saw him there, posted up by the wall with a very creepy smirk, looking right at me. His eyes, I couldn't really comprehend. His face looked deformed and I was kind of in shock. I paused and got a good look at him, and then I just walked out. He looked like the Truth or Dare face, if you've ever seen that movie. As I was walking out, I said, "You think I'm scared of you, motherfucker?" With no reply, I walked out the changing room door and I did my workout. I've heard stories of jinns and demons appearing to people in human form, in all black clothing, and just looking like regular people. I've had a couple experiences like that not too long ago, but what happened today was much more aggressive. Has anyone had a similar experience, or who may know what it could be? Really just kind of shocked. I can't believe that this happened to me. In 2014, I moved to England from Canada to gain work and travel experience, and also to find myself. I ended up living in Essex with 3 other roommates. They were all women, all a bit older than I was. I was 24 at the time, Megan 31, Cherry was 34, and Cassie was 38. Megan was from New York, Cherry from New Jersey, and Cassie from Poland. All 4 of us shared this 3-story flat. The back of our home was the living room and kitchen. The back wall was complete glass that looked out into the garden. The garden was completely fenced in. The house had an interesting dynamic, to say the least. Tons of stories from that time in my life. I adored all of my roommates except Cherry. After living with Cherry for 7 months, I was over her antics. One day I came home from work. I lock the door, make myself something to eat, and go up to bed. I brought home some work with me, so I'm in my nightie with all of my papers around me and my headphones jamming out. I had headphones on because Cherry was out to dinner with work friends. That meant booze, and then soon after, that a tantrum was surely to come. I just didn't want to have to listen to her crazy scream crying. I'm working away, completely focused, until I feel something. I look up to see a man standing over me. I don't register it right away, and since Cherry regularly brought strange men home, I passively say, "Cherry's room is on the 2nd floor," and continue to work. He doesn't leave. Again, "Cherry's room is downstairs, He then interrupts me. "I'm not here for Cherry." A cold chill iced my veins. My fight or flight kicked in just then. I started surveying the situation. I look him up and down. He had a bottle of Prosecco in one hand and a knife in the other. He's about 5'10", wild, muddy brown hair, and black eyes. He has a light blue polo shirt on, and on one side of his collar, it's popped up, and he has a distinct Manchester accent. Once I focused in, I realized his eyes were black because his pupils were completely dilated. Shit, I was in trouble. I needed an escape plan. Unfortunately, this man was standing in between me and my bedroom door. I needed to get downstairs, but I needed him to think that it was his idea. I decided to play along. Just then, he uses his knife to pop the cork. Prosecco starts flowing onto my carpet, and I said, "Oh no, let's clean that up. I prefer to drink out of a proper flute anyways." "Yeah, you're a proper classy bird. Let's go." I try to act as natural as possible. I try not to show that I'm shaking all over, and I try to gain control over my breathing. We take the long journey down to the main floor of my flat, all 3 floors. He has the back of my nightie bunched up in one hand, and I could feel the point of the knife graze my back with his other. I was trying to playfully speak to him as we walked down the stairs. I couldn't tell you what I was saying. I was most likely rambling. I couldn't hear anything over my heart beating in my ears. We get to the bottom of the stairs, and there's a hallway to my left that leads to the front door. On my right, which is much closer to us, is the kitchen and living room. We make our way into the kitchen. I point to the cabinet that has the wine glasses. He said he knew where they were, and started towards them. I now had the kitchen table in between us. It was time to run. I burst into a sprint down the hallway towards the door. My hands fumble over the locks, shaking and sweating. I swing open the door and see 2 men walking across the street. They must have been walking home from the train. There was a big train station in front of our home. I call out to them for help, and suddenly I'm flung onto the ground. Little pebbles piercing my skin. They sent sharp pains where they jabbed. The intruder pushed me out of the way to run and escape. One of the men chased after the intruder, while the other said for me to go inside while he surveyed my home and to call the police. I locked the doors and I called the police. While I was on the phone with dispatch, I manically run around the house and double-check all of the windows and doors. Suddenly, I hear a loud bang on my door. I inform the dispatch of the banging, and she informs me that police weren't there yet. I thought it might be one of the gentlemen who helped me. I go to look out the eye hole, and it's him, the intruder. He came back. He's banging on my door, screaming that I had his glasses and that he was not done with me. I absolutely freak out. The dispatcher attempts to calm me down, but I'm losing my ever-loving mind. She then said, "They're pulling onto your street now. You should hear their sirens." I did. Thank God. The intruder then blasts off. One officer jumps out of the passenger side while the car's still moving and chases after him. The second officer comes into my home, interviews me and the 2 gentlemen, collects evidence, and takes photos. After some time of him being there, Cherry comes home and freaks out. Once the situation was explained to her, she said, "Oh my God, that could have been me." "Yeah, thanks, Cherry. It's all about you." The next morning, I'm called in to identify the man that they had in custody. I pointed him out. I go into a little room and the officer pulls out an evidence bag. He asks me if the items were mine. They were. There was a pair of my underwear and photos taken from my home. The officer informed me that the intruder had been stalking me for some time now. He estimates 3 months. He had made a nest outside our home, on top of a hill that overlooked our living room and kitchen. He's also a known sex offender and drug dealer. The officer then told me how lucky I was to get out practically unharmed. Others weren't so lucky. To the man who stalked me and broke into my home, let's not meet again. However, I would love to run into those 2 gentlemen again. Every day, I'm thankful for them. I figured I would share this story that happened to me about 15 years ago while working as a night auditor in a hotel. Basically, I worked from midnight till 9 in the morning, 5 nights a week, for a few years at this hotel. I'd always heard stories about it possibly being haunted, but I had never had any experiences at all for the first few years, other than weird noises that could have been attributed to just about anything. Anyways, at this job, I would usually sit in the main office, work on my laptop during my shift while watching the security monitors. The office where I sat has a large desk, like a school principal or someone would have, and the monitors, maybe 15-inch computer monitors, are all the way on the other side of the office, facing me, about 15 or 20 feet away. Anyways, I would normally just work on stuff or surf the internet on my laptop and watch the monitors in case any guests would show up in the lobby to check in or out or to ask for towels, etc. Keep in mind, during my shift, I'm the only employee there for the whole night. Anyways, while most of the nights were pretty quiet and uneventful, one particular night I kept feeling uneasy for some reason. I felt like I was being watched. Something just felt off. I brushed it off as just being tired and just tried to ignore it. It has been a while ago now, so I can't remember all the details leading up to it, but something very strange and terrifying happened that night. At least enough so that I've shared this story with countless people over the years. Some of you might think it's no big deal, but you'd have to experience it for yourself to know what it's like. Basically, while already feeling uneasy and sitting at the office desk, I saw a thick, dense black fog literally flying around the lobby on the security monitor. Even as I type this, I'm getting insane goosebumps. My initial thought was, what the fuck is that? And I got up to take a closer look at the monitor. It was still there, moving around every corner of the room. Keep in mind, I've always watched these monitors for several hours a night, and I've never seen anything like this. No, I was spooked out, bad. The hair on my arm stood up, and I got terror chills. I got enough courage to take a peek through the door to see if I could see it in person, not just on the monitor. But I saw nothing at all. I then went back to look at the monitor again, and it was still there. That's when I had an idea. I was going to screen capture it by pressing print screen on the keyboard. Each of the two monitors was hooked up to two separate computers, and I kid you not, as soon as my hand went for the print screen key, the black mass flew away as fast as it could toward the bottom left of the screen. But luckily, I got at least a tiny piece of it before it was gone forever. The even more effed up thing is that the camera did record video for 72 hours before recording over itself. But when I went back to watch the tape, there was no mass at all. Makes zero sense. Anyways, feel free to look at the screen capture I was able to get. And if anyone knows what this is, please let me know. I thought I'd share another true creeper story. This one happened when I was 10. My mom and I had spent a whole Sunday repainting and decorating my room. I got a new bedspread and new curtains. I was super excited how we were decorating it to fit how I was getting older, a more tween style. We hung the curtains and did up my bed super nice. Even changed the furniture up so my bed faced a different direction. I had my new curtains up, and we admired them with the blinds open to appreciate the new wall color in the natural light. I went to bed that night feeling like a big girl in my new space, but I'd forgotten to close the blinds. I remember dreaming that my dog was making a bunch of noise with stuff on the floor by my bedside. Then I wake up. I hear my mom from their bedroom saying, "What the hell is that noise?" For some reason, I knew the answer before I was awake enough to understand, and I immediately yelled out, "I think it's coming from my window." I heard both of my parents leap out of bed at lightning speed. My mom in my room seconds later. She flipped the light on and flung the window all the way open. Across the street, someone was standing. By that time, my dad had already thrown his clothes on, grabbed his gun, and was going through the front door, just 15 feet or so from my window. My mom starts yelling at him, and I remember her saying, "Yeah, you better frickin' run." Typing it feels way less scary sounding than how she said it. At this point, the guy across the street bolts down around the block. My dad ran to the garage and jumped in his truck. My mom took me into the living room and helped me fall back asleep on the couch. But I remember being scared that the person might come back. I don't remember my dad getting home, but in the morning, my parents made things very normal, and I went to school. I remember telling the other fourth graders in my desk clump all about the weird guy that was apparently knocking on my window. Their shocked faces were surprising to me for some reason. When I got home from school that day, my mom had something to share with me. When my mom had opened my window the night before, a letter from the stranger had flown in, and in the commotion, we hadn't seen it. She found it after I went to school. She didn't tell me everything it said, but that he was instructing me to take off my clothes and stand at the window. If I didn't, he'd blow up the bomb that he had hidden under my bed. This actually made me laugh out loud because my version of cleaning my room as a kid consisted of me shoving everything under my bed that was currently cluttering my floor. I knew there was not even an inch of free hiding space under there for any bomb. My parents immediately called the cops when they found the letter. They came out that day while I was at school and got shoe impressions from the mud by my window. Nothing else was done as far as police involvement, but my parents spoke to all the neighbors, and one had actually seen someone who he thought was one of the teenage boys that lived down the street. There wasn't a way to prove that it was one of them, but they were actually pretty crazy guys. Their dad had died in the Oklahoma City bombing, and after that, their mom had let the house fill up with dog shit. They were causing other problems in the neighborhood too. It all ended when the younger one lit off a bottle rocket inside their house and burnt the front half of the house down. They moved after that, and I was thankful. I live in an apartment where an infamous child murder occurred. This is a long story with a bit of graphic exposition. Reader discretion advised. For anyone who's read my other stories, I seem to be a magnet for child spirits. So a bit of history. In 2009, the national media got swept up in a story about an 8-year-old who'd been reported missing by his mother. Amber alerts went out. Thousands of people joined the search, but for days, he wasn't found. His mother was on TV, asking for help, finding her son at all hours of the day. Then a few days later, he was found, floating in one of the irrigation canals. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the mom's boyfriend was doing unspeakable, evil things and physically abusing the boy. For punishment, he would be locked in the walls, an unfinished closet for access to the central air and heating unit, and he had to stay in there for hours. Health and welfare would do routine check-ins at the home, during which the mother and her boyfriend would lock the boy in the closet so they wouldn't see the bruising from the most evil punishment, in which the boy had to lay on the floor, and the mom's boyfriend would do knee drops onto his chest with force. Do the math from there. I do not want to get any more graphic. The mother and her boyfriend then took the body half a mile to the canal and dropped it in, went home, and called in a missing child report. For justice sake, the mother and her boyfriend are now in prison in general population, a fate worse than the death penalty for people who hurt children. Fast forward 4 years, in 2013, my wife and I were looking for an apartment for us and our 2 kids. We got into a 3-bedroom apartment that sets the rent you pay based on your income. There's a pool, fitness center, in-unit washer and dryer, central air and heat, a paradise compared to where I lived before. We had no idea what we were moving into. As I began to make friends with my neighbors, I got to talk to some of the old-timers, the ones that had been living there for years. We would talk about a lot of different things, but as soon as they found out which apartment I live in, "Oh, you live in that apartment. Have you had anything weird happen yet?" "No, why?" "Do you remember the insert child's name case? You live in that apartment." During the search and discovery coverage, the news was very careful not to disclose the actual location where it all occurred. They showed a house a few blocks away where the boy would often go because his friends lived there. We had no way to know what we had just moved into. Our state also doesn't have a mandatory disclosure law. Well, the lack of activity was short-lived. Odd, but little things started happening. If I took off my glasses and set them down while they defog after coming in from the cold, I would come back to that spot a few minutes later, and my glasses weren't there, and I'd finally find them, right where I left them, in the spot that they were, and then they weren't, and then they were. And I'm talking about the middle of a clean counter or a ledge right by the door, not something I'm just going to overlook. They were there, then they weren't, then they were. I initially chalked this up to the fact that I'm getting older and also have MS. I'm also a tobacco smoker, only tobacco. Numerous times I looked and I couldn't find the lighter that I had just had an hour ago. Finally, I'd go to the kitchen drawer, grab a box of matches in the drawer, and head out to the patio. Just as I got the match lit and touched it to the tip of my cigarette, something fell on my hand and clattered on the ground at my feet. I looked down, and there's my lighter. Also, a fun one that happens. I shave when I'm in the shower, and I keep my razor in a caddy hanging from the shower head. I will be on the other end of the bathtub, soaking up, and feel something hit my back and then fall on the floor. My razor mysteriously traveled 4 feet through the air and hit me in the back. Most of the stuff that happens is small, mischievous, and funny. The kind of jokes and pranks a child would play. And now I've taken to saying hello to him every time something like that happens. But as more happens, and I research more about the case, so much more comes to light about things that had been happening, and I didn't know why. My daughter's room has the closet, where the air and heat unit is housed. She'd always complain about hearing scratching, banging, and occasionally a voice coming from the closet. We're on the ground floor, and there are living, fleshy children upstairs. Apartments always have sounds. No, Dad, the sound is in the closet. I still explained it away. Something about the way sound travels and amplifies in heating ducts. Until the breaker on the heater popped, and I had to go in and reset it. And then I saw, scratched into the wood frame in the walls, half hidden by years of dust, the murdered child's name. I sanded it out so my daughter wouldn't see it and get freaked out. We can't afford to find another place to live in this city. Also, occasionally, when my son and I are talking crap and both of us bust out laughing, there's another laugh in the room with us. But my wife and daughter are in the other rooms, or not at home. This all brings me to the point where I just have to tell the story because it just happened. For the first time, 20 hours ago, as of the time I'm writing this. My wife and I both woke up at the same time because we heard someone whispering in our room. As my eyes first opened, I saw a young boy kneeling next to my bed, reaching out for my little dog who was sleeping next to me. Not a transparent apparition either, solid appearing and kneeling right next to the bed, trying to pet my dog. As consciousness and my connection to reality increased, the boy faded away into the ether. Ordinarily, I could attribute this to me just still being asleep and dreaming. But I saw my wife moving off the bed toward the bathroom as he faded away in front of my fully open eyes. But yeah, I live in an apartment where a nationally covered child murder occurred. What is it with me and child spirits? As a child, I had a lot of paranormal experiences. From age 8 to 17, I had some pretty strange things happen to me. I lived in a pretty abusive home, and I believe that negative spirits are drawn to negative things. And that's why I had so many experiences when I was younger. I know that's not always the case, but I do believe that can definitely conjure something. I haven't had any creepy experiences in a few years, thankfully. My first experience that I recall was when I was about 8 or 9. I was at my grandmother's house. She was sleeping in her room, and all of a sudden, I hear a scream. So I jump up and run to my grandmother's room to see if she's okay. She was passed out, not bothered at all. I thought I imagined it, so I laid there all night. I didn't sleep until the sun was up, and my grandmother was up. So a lot has happened at my grandmother's house alone. I think it's her husband. He's a horrible person, and I wouldn't be surprised if he attracted all of the evil things in that house. Anyway, I had one of my childhood best friends come over to my grandparents' house, and we were outside. It was, I would say, 3 p.m. She stops in her tracks and says, "Look into that window." I look, and there's a short old woman with dark curly hair standing in my grandmother's bedroom window. I would have said it was my grandmother, but my grandmother has blonde hair. It's not short. So we freaked out and we called my dad to come get us. My friend never returned to the house. She'd refused to go there with me, even if I begged. This next experience is the last time I entered her house. I'll never go back there. I was up late watching TV in the living room, drinking some tea, and I see a shadow in the hallway. I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but then I see a full-on black shadow standing in the hallway. There was no way that it wasn't real. I screamed and my grandmother came running out. I tell her what happened. She didn't believe me. So I just stayed up until my parents came to get me. I have also had experiences in my childhood home. One instance is I was watching TV with my mom in her room, and we hear what sounds like a glass being knocked over. So we go downstairs, and the vase on the coffee table was knocked over. We were so confused, there was literally nobody or anything that could knock it over. In my childhood home, I used to get sick all of the time with the flu and strep. I missed so much school because of it. I always wondered if the spirit that was there was the reason I was always sick. I was the only one to ever get sick, Nobody else would. Once I moved out, I rarely ever got sick. Another instance was when I was about 12. Our air conditioning broke, so we all just ended up sleeping downstairs since it was 100 degrees up there. You could see the basement from the living room. So since we were sleeping in the living room, I would hear whistling coming from the basement, and I'd hear what sounded like someone snapping their fingers, and I'd hear scratching. That always terrified me. I never went down there. And in the basement, there's a random crucifix nailed to the ceiling. My dad tried to take it down, but I told him to just keep it up, just in case. So he did. My best friend stayed over one night. It was just me, her, my sister, and both of my parents were at work. She kept saying that she was seeing things, such as little blue dots, which I would think would be an orb, which confused me because I thought you could only see orbs in photos. As the night went on, she would say that she saw a shadow figure out of the corner of her eye, which I was seeing, but I didn't want to frighten her even more. She eventually said that she wanted to go home, so I told her that me and my sister would walk her home. She lived down the street. As we were about to leave, we hear a loud bang. It sounded like a dresser had fallen. We don't even take a chance. We bolt to her house, and my sister and I stayed the rest of the night. We didn't sleep one bit. In this house, when you looked at the stairway that leads upstairs, there's a light that comes from the bathroom right at the top of the stairs. You would see shadows walking past when nobody else was there. It was really scary, and it happened all the time. There was a lot of activity on the stairs, too, which is a weird place for there to be activity. On the steps, you could hear people walking. Both of my parents had said the same thing. My dad thinks it was a child. He would hear what sounded like a child laughing and running up the stairs. Now that I know more about all the scary stuff, about the paranormal, what if it was an evil entity disguising itself as a child? My little sister had seen a black shadow with red eyes standing over my mother as she was sleeping, which is pretty creepy. I didn't believe her at first because that really scared me. But one night, I couldn't sleep. I went to go see if my mom was still up. When I walked in, I saw a black figure standing over her, but it didn't have red eyes. It was just a black figure, and it disappeared within seconds. That was hands down the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. My sister had an old porcelain doll that was named Sally. I know, pretty predictable, but this doll had always given me the creeps. My sister carried it around everywhere. One day it had went missing, so she'd asked me to help her look for it. So I walk around the house and in the kitchen. I look up, and on top of the cupboards, I see this doll's brown hair hanging over. I asked her how she got it all the way up there, and she said that she didn't know how the doll got up there. This is the reason I hate dolls. There were also random things that would go missing, only to turn up in a spot where things shouldn't be. I had an iPod, and I remember putting it on the charger so that I could use it the next day. And when I woke up the next day, it was gone. My room was locked, so there was no way for my sister to come in and take it. I later found it in a storage box that I was going through to donate things. There were countless other things that had been moved, the occasional keys being moved, wallets being put in different areas. You know, normal stuff like that. Anyway, those were my childhood experiences. creepy old guy says he wants to marry my twin sister. So, a little context. Since we had to move to a different town to pursue our studies, we only came home for the holidays. It was the summer, and it was the evening. Our father wanted to cook something, but was missing a few things. Since my father didn't want to go too far for a few things that were easy to find closer to home, if a bit more expensive, we all decided to go to a little grocery shop in the city center. My father stayed in the car and sent my sister and I to go get the few things. As we were discussing which brands we wanted and the price, a guy old enough to have grandkids interrupted us. He asked if we were twins. It's obviously a question that we're used to hearing, so we smiled politely and answered, yes, we are twins. Cue the, oh, you look so alike. We don't think so, but, well, we're used to each other, so we know the difference between our physical appearance. And the, which one of you came out first? I always feel so uncomfortable when people ask this question, but when they're nice, I try not to show it to them. Then, this guy started asking if we have boyfriends, if we want to have children, and if we plan to stay together. It was starting to get creepy, but as I'm quite the introvert, I didn't say it outright. I did make sure to show it in my body language, turning away from him, looking at the cash register. He then started to say that he wanted to marry my sister, that her eyes were a mirror, that he could see that she would be so kind and docile. Even if it was creepy, I couldn't help but laugh in disbelief, because really, my sister, kind and docile? I mean, she's so sassy and savage. I love her. He said their children would be so beautiful. This was past the point of creepy, and I was getting really pissed. Because why does the fact that we're twins make him and other people in general think he can say things like that or ask personal questions? I was also getting pissed because my sister and I are super protective of each other. So I said that she was not going to marry him, and that it was absolutely creepy that a guy old enough to have grandchildren would say to someone potentially young enough to be his granddaughter that he wanted to marry her and have children with her. Then, we took what we bought and left, with the guy behind us trying to apologize and say he didn't mean it like that. As we were walking out, still ignoring that dude, my sister told me that I should have just ignored him because he wasn't worth it. And I don't think we told our dad because we didn't want him to worry, even though he would have definitely agreed that guy was way out of line. He would have also said that we handled it properly by telling him off, then ignoring him and leaving. I am an American Civil War reenactor. I was attending an event deep in North Carolina cotton country at the beginning of November, where we set up camp in the original fort that was on site. One of the things reenactors do to add some authenticity to events is to send out 4 or 5 guys on what's called picket duty. It's basically a safety watch that stands guard outside the camp at night. I wasn't too terribly tired that night, so I volunteered to be one of the 4 sentries to go and stand watch that night. Now, before we go to our respective posts, we all determine a call sign, so that way, should anyone come up to us, they can call out the call sign, make their presence known, and enter the camp. Our call sign for that night was, "Oh, Virginia." Fast forward about 2 hours or so. It's now approximately 1:30, 2 a.m. I was posted along a stretch of trenches leading up to the main fort, about 25 yards outside of camp. I was leaning against a tree, letting my mind wander, when I saw movement coming from a section of woodline. A figure emerged and began slowly making his way towards me. I snapped the position of port arms and said to the figure, "Halt, and make your presence known." The figure stopped only for a breath before saying,
"I'm friendly."
The figure came up to me, and he revealed himself to be a middle-aged man in Confederate garb with sergeant stripes on the sleeves of his dirty jacket. I distinctly remember a strong scent of pipe tobacco coming from him. He made a brief bit of small talk with me, asking how my post was going, did I kill any Billy Yanks, so on and so forth. As he finished his conversation and began to turn, he looked back and said, "Got enough rounds in your box?" Referring to my leather cartridge box that held my blanked reenactor rounds for my musket. I only had a few left for the day's event, so I said if he's offering, I could definitely use a few more. He dug around in his pockets for a second or two and produced 3 cartridges, and he placed them in my hand. Immediately, I knew they were live rounds. I felt the weight of the lead bullets in my hand. This is a serious no-no, as you're not allowed by any means whatsoever to bring live ammunition or bullets to a reenactment event. I stared at the cartridges in my hand for a moment, and when I looked back up to say that I could not accept these, the soldier was gone. All that was left was the smell of sweet pipe tobacco. I pocketed the rounds, finished my guard shift, and in the morning I put the 3 live rounds in my truck. I still have them now. I made a point of looking for that sergeant the following day, but to no avail. To this point, I'm unsure of the circumstances. Could it have been a fellow reenactor playing a joke? Someone trying to cause issues? Or maybe, potentially, a sergeant from a time long since past, keeping an eye out for a fellow soldier late at night. Whoever you are, Sergeant, you've stuck with me. But let's not meet under these circumstances again. This isn't anywhere close to some of the experiences that other people have shared, but I thought I'd share anyway. I'm a 21-year-old female, but this happened when I was 16, 17. I work for a pool as a receptionist, and every now and then, especially where it's located, you'll get the odd, creepy, or weird customer. But this particular customer experience always stays with me. As most businesses, you get your regulars that come in when you work full-time, and you're bound to start knowing the regulars quite well. This person was one of them. For the sake of privacy, we'll call this man John. He was probably about mid-20s, early 30s. John would usually come in most nights to soak in our spa. More often than not, he'd stay until close. The first few encounters with him were mostly harmless. He would linger around longer than usual and make small talk, and also had intense eye contact with these icy blue eyes that made me feel so uncomfortable. But I put that down to just me not being a huge fan of eye contact. Then one night, he comes in and goes, "Hey, beautiful." I was busy doing something, so I turned around, and it's like he's pressed himself right against the counter. As I turn, I watch his eyes move up from my ass to my face, and he just stares with this massive, gross smile. In hindsight, I should have ended any sort of behavior like that if it made me feel uncomfortable, but at the time, I made some excuse in my head like, he must be in a good mood today, or maybe he didn't mean it like that. What the hell were you thinking past me? So I don't even acknowledge what he said to me and served him quickly just so I don't have to be around him any longer than I have to. And then I make myself look busy so he gets the message that I don't have time for him. He lingers still, and I felt his eyes on me the whole time he was standing there, and I wanted to shrink into nothing at that moment. He tries to start a conversation about his knowledge on chlorine and pH levels and blah, blah, blah. I have to stop him and say, I'm just a receptionist, so I would have no input on this. Have a chat with the lifeguard, though. I'm sure they'll know more about it than me. He then goes, I'd rather talk to you about it, though, and winks at me. Thank God another customer had come in and was waiting to be served, so I say, I'm actually busy at the moment, thank you. His face drops and he sulks away. The nicknames continue for the next couple of days. Beautiful, cutie, gorgeous. Please keep in mind, I was a 16-year-old girl, for starters, and was the worst people pleaser in the world, incredibly terrified of conflict. This experience helped me in some ways as I learned how to set boundaries for myself properly. The straw that broke the camel's back was one night he came in as usual and paid with coins. As I reach my hand out to grab the money, he places the coins in my hand and then holds my hand in his sweaty hand and just smirks at me. I pull my hand away so fast, I accidentally bang my elbow into the desk. He then goes, "Aw, little cutie got a boo-boo. Let me help," and reaches over the desk to grab my arm to look at my elbow. I stand up and take a step back so he can't reach me, and I tell him that I'm fine and to go on through. The next day, I confided in some of my coworkers to see if they had similar experiences with John, and to my surprise, 3 other girls had as well. Just little remarks similar to me, and even one of them remembered seeing him come in with what looked like a 12 or 14-year-old girl in the past. Now, I'm not assuming anything, but after all of this, it didn't look so good. I go straight to my boss and I tell her so she's aware of it, and I let her know the next time he's in that I will say something, and if it continues, I want him to at least be spoken to by someone higher up so he's aware that this isn't appropriate. And worst case scenario, I'd want him banned from the pool. He comes in and says something along the lines of, "What's up, gorgeous?" Which I reply with, "My name's actually fake name. I wasn't going to give this man my real name." And then he just laughs it off as if it was a joke. I then say, "I'd appreciate it if you'd call me by my fake name. Thank you." He rolls his eyes and says, "Nope, you're my cutie," as he's walking off. Then fast forward to that night. I had problems with my car and was waiting for one of my coworkers to come out with some jumper cables to help start it up. And then he comes out of his car. Keep in mind, the pool had closed at 9 p.m. It was 9:30 p.m., and he was just sitting in his car. And he asks what the problem was. I tell him not to worry about it, that I'll be fine. He continues to walk closer to me and says, "I'm good with cars, come on, let me see if I can help." I tell him again that I don't need help and I'm fine. Another man comes out of his car and stands right next to me, a couple feet away from me. I'm standing there. Then another man comes out of his car and stands right next to me, a couple of feet away from me. I'm standing there in an empty car park, 9:30 at night, with no way of transport, and 2 grown men standing in front of me. Before anything is said, my coworker comes out, tall, stocky man, and asks if everything is all good. They don't even look at him, just nod and scurry to their car and drive off. Forever grateful for this man. Honestly, don't know what would have happened without him. Next day, I get him trespassed and later find out that he got charged with harming a minor. So yeah, don't act nice for the comfort of other people, especially if it sacrifices yourself and your feelings. I always loved hearing ghost stories, but didn't fully believe in it. One of my friends decided to take me to their grand's house that was supposedly haunted. I was at first skeptical about this, thinking they were going to try to scare me or something. We decided to spend time in each part of the house alone, trying to see if we could hear or see something. I remember being in the bathroom with the door closed and the lights off, only having one candle. I sat in there for around 30 minutes until I heard a knock on the door. At first, I thought it was one of my friends trying to scare me, so I opened the door, and I saw no one there. My first thought remained it was them playing a prank on me. So I closed the door and sat down on the floor. After a few minutes, I heard the knock again, and I opened the door. But as soon as I opened the door, the faucet behind me in the bath turned on. I remembered being scared, trying to call my friends. When they got to me, I explained, and they didn't believe me at first, knowing I was always the one joking around with things like this. But then, we heard running in the hallway, coming toward the bathroom. We shut the door, turned off the water, and stayed in that bathroom for about an hour. Yes, we were the typical people who hid in a place where it started, but we didn't have anywhere else to go since the running came from the only exit. Now, I'm not saying this is 100% a ghost, but I've spent months trying to think of an explanation for what I've witnessed. I still can't think of a logical one. I might still be a bit skeptical about it, but for me, it was one hell of an experience that I couldn't explain. I live in Medford, Oregon. And I'll preface this by saying that I realize brass knuckles are illegal. But here's a story of how they saved mine and my boyfriend's life back in 2017. It was date night, and I met my boyfriend, who's now my husband, down at a little brewery called the Copper Plate. After a couple of drinks, we closed out the tab, and I suggested that we take a walk in the park across the street. It was a beautiful, clear night, without a cloud in the sky. Once in the park, we found a wooden bench to sit on and just watch the stars. It was actually pretty enchanting. It felt like pure magic as I soaked in the view, snuggled next to the love of my life. This perfect moment was soon interrupted by rustling in the bushes across the pathway from us. My boyfriend is in the process of feeling me up, and he stops, indicating we both feel uneasy by the sound we just heard. My boyfriend turns back around, and we're both sitting silent on the park bench, eyes locked on the shrubbery across the pathway, waiting for another sound or movement, and hopefully explanation to the sound. We hear the bushes shake again, but we don't quite see anything yet. My boyfriend whispers that it sounds too big to be a raccoon. He suggests maybe a deer. I'm about to say that it could be a bear when out steps one big red boot, followed by a heavy-set man wearing a tightly stretched Pennywise clown outfit from It and full makeup. Maybe it was because I was nervous or something, but my first reaction was to laugh. It was quiet enough to where my boyfriend could hear me, but I wasn't sure the clown heard or not. But he stopped, right in front of us. After a few moments, maybe even a whole minute of him standing there, staring at us, I realized that my laugh was more of a reflex, and that I wasn't feeling very humored right then. I tightened my grip on my boyfriend's hand and asked him under my breath, what the fuck was this guy doing? He squeezed my hand back, and then he asked the guy, "Hey man, any chance you want to find another place in the park to stand and stare?" Then the clown man decided to answer the question by pulling a rather large knife out of one of his sleeves and shaking his head no. We both stand up immediately. My first thought is that this has got to be some sort of prank, but my boyfriend tells me to run across the street back towards the car. Before I can tell him to come with me, the guy charges towards my boyfriend. He lets go of my hand, sort of pushing me to the side, and prepares to dodge the guy, yelling for me to once again go back to the car. I run, but not away. There's no way I can leave my boyfriend in this situation. So, insert brass knuckles my uncle brought back from Mexico a couple of years prior. He's the guy that taught me how to fight, and I was decent at throwing a punch. These just gave me that extra power. I always kept them in my purse because what's the point of having brass knuckles if you don't have them when you need them? I grab them out of my bag, I put them on, and I wait for a good time to strike the guy. My boyfriend dodges the guy and even manages to knock the knife from his hands and kicks it off into the distance. The clown man doesn't stop, though. He again runs for my boyfriend, and this time they make contact. Now, my boyfriend is 6 feet tall, but this man has a good couple of inches on him. They both throw hands. I watch my boyfriend make contact with the clown's face, but instead of going down, he barely moves and returns a hit across my boyfriend's face. He stumbled a bit, but rushes the clown, knocking them both to the ground. It's dark, but the streetlight shows me that the two of them are wrestling on the ground. Part of me knows I should listen to my boyfriend and run to the car, but then I see the clown is on top of my boyfriend. He's fucking strangling him. Oh, hell no. Gripping my brass knuckles in my right hand, I run over to the two of them. I position myself in a fight stance behind my boyfriend's head and in front of the clown. It's like he literally doesn't even notice my presence as he tries to squeeze the life from my boyfriend. "Hey, motherfucker!" I shout in his face while pushing his left shoulder with my left hand. The moment his head tilts up at all, I hit him so hard with a solid right hook to his left cheekbone. There's blood now, and I hear a crack. I know it's not my hand that broke, so I followed it up with a second punch. But this time, he was looking straight up at me while still strangling my boyfriend. I put all of my body weight into that punch, and I could hear the brass scrape against the enamel as my fist smashed through his teeth. He flies back, and a few teeth fly out. One of his teeth lands right next to me, and if I hadn't just watched it fly out of his mouth, I'd have thought it was a kernel of corn. So yellow. This man was down and not going anywhere fast. I grab my boyfriend's arm, and I tell him that we need to run to the car. He gets up. He's in one piece, and he agrees we should go. Before running across the street, he darts back slightly and grabs the knife, telling me that if this guy gets away before the cops show up, at least he won't have a weapon. Knife in hand, we run to the car and call the police. Sitting in our car, we can't exactly see anything going on in the park. Where we were and where we left the clown is covered by tall bushes that border the park. After sitting there a while waiting for the police, I get a tinge of paranoia that they're going to arrest me or something. My boyfriend tells me no way, and I explain the brass knuckles. He tells me just to stash them, that whatever damage they find on that guy was from the two of us trying to fend him off. The police show up, and sure enough, the guy isn't there anymore. His teeth, however, were. One of the officers asks my boyfriend if the teeth are his, as he looks over his face, and he tells them no, that those belong to the clown man, along with the knife. After we finish giving our statements, we sit a while longer, curious if the guy will show back up, if for no other reason than needing medical attention. My boyfriend starts talking me up, telling me how it's the most badass thing he's ever witnessed, how I'm the man of the house, praising me for saving his life, blah, blah, blah. I kiss the guy, tell him to stop, and that I'm just happy nothing worse happened to either of us. He was right, though. We make a killer team, that's for sure. So, to the clown man that fucked up my date back in 2017, I hope we do meet again, so I can knock out some more of your yellow-ass teeth. This just happened less than an hour ago, in front of my house, and I've just been staring at my computer, confused, ever since. I was at my computer, and my dog started nudging my elbow, his signal that he needs to go outside. I get up, put my shoes and coat on, get him on a leash, and move to the front door to take him out to the front yard. Taking him out in the front is not something I usually do, but my shoes and coat are right by the door, so I figured, why not? We go out front tonight. As soon as I open the door, I see there's a person crossing my driveway. It's dark, but they're lit by a lamppost in my front yard. They see me exiting my house and stop, dead in their tracks. I did not expect this, so I stopped dead in mine. We have a staring contest for a bit, I guess. I say I guess because I'm really blind without my glasses, and I can't see if this person's actually making eye contact with me, or where they're looking. And after some time, they kept walking. All right, I thought. Well, dog still needs to pee, so we're not going back inside. He's a large German Shepherd mix, so I'm not super afraid of anyone attacking me. They would just have to deal with him first. So I close my door and walk onto my porch and head outside. The person is still standing in front of my house. They begin talking to me. I'm going to use she from here on out because it was a distinctly feminine voice. But like I said earlier, I have no idea who they were. I'm not wearing my glasses and all. She asked me if I knew where Motor Road was. I have lived in this house for a few years, and I've lived in this town for almost 10 years, and I've never heard of this road. No, I'm sorry, I told her. She looked down the road, back the way she came, and asked, well, do you know how I can find my way? I think I'm lost. It's about 28 degrees Fahrenheit where I live right now, and you don't want to be outside at night for very long. There's a gas station back that way, down on the corner. They might be able to help you, I said. She knew of this gas station and named it, and then said, I can't go that way. I'm trying to go away from that way. So I said, well, there's more gas stations in the opposite direction. It's just a little further. I proceeded to tell her to go down to the end of my street, take a right, keep going past William Street, and as soon as I mentioned William Street, she clasped her hands together and lit up. She interrupted me and said, are you sure? William Street, it's right there? Yes, I said. It's just the next one over. Oh my God, thank you so much. I'm trying to get to my safe place, she said. No problem. You're welcome, I said as she thanked me over and over again. But that one line stuck out in my head. Her safe place. Before I could think about it any further or ask her about it, she took off running. I'm talking she took off running, like zombies were chasing her, like her life depended on it, ran down the street, the direction I'd pointed her in, and she disappeared into the darkness. When I got inside, after the pup did his business, I sat and I thought about what had just happened. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling I got. I reviewed what happened in my head over and over. She can't go that way. She needs to get to her safe place. She seems lost and scared. She's asking random strangers for help at night. Red flags going off everywhere. I called the police non-emergency number and explained what had just happened. I wasn't sure it warranted a 911 call because no one was in immediate danger that I knew of. I just wanted someone to be aware that there was this person alone at night, needing help for whatever reason. The officer on the other end of the call didn't seem convinced that it was anything to be concerned about, until I told him the safe place line. When I said that, there was a pause. He took all the necessary information and told me that they'd be sending someone out to my area to make sure she was all right or see if she needed help. And then he thanked me for calling. So, what happened here? Did I do well? I hope she's all right. The thing that gets me the most is the timing of it all. She crossed my driveway at the exact moment I opened my door to go outside. She was walking fast. A few seconds later, and she would have been beyond my house, down the street, in the darkness. It's a quiet neighborhood. I highly doubt that she would have run into anyone else besides myself and my dog, and I just so happened to come out at that exact moment. Just weird, man. What are your thoughts? My best friend and I lived 10 years in a village. When I was 15, my family moved to a small town near the village. It was okay because you had to walk only 45 minutes. Between these two places, there was a forest. Every time one of us had to walk there in the night, we called each other. It was a short but creepy street, with a large dog, forest animals, and sometimes drunk people. And we felt safer while talking. One day, it was deep in the night, my best friend called me. But it was different. He sounded scared, and I heard some kind of laughing in the background. I asked him what that was, but he didn't want to talk about it. He only asked me to tell him something, just talk to him so that he didn't have to think about it. As he walked, the laughing didn't silence. It's only about a 5-minute walk in the forest, and it should have quieted down as he made his way out. Even today, we have no idea what that was. Some people said that it was a bird or some other sort of animal. I know some animals can sound very strange at night, but I live in Germany, so there's no mountain lions or tropical birds. The laughing, it had a sound like someone mixed with a witch cackle and a psychopath. Never heard something like that again. Something bad happened while I was camping. I'm just not sure what. I've held on to this story for the last 6 years because it sounds crazy, and I was told not to talk about it. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend of mine. The campsite we picked was beautiful. We were able to drive in through some rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely no one was around. We set up camp next to the car, went hiking, soaked in the hot springs, came back and had dinner. It was all very normal until we woke up the next day. I need to give some context as to how we slept that night so you can understand my confusion. Before we went to sleep, I put our food cooler and a stereo that we brought in the car and locked it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack, and I put the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far side of the tent, away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest the door of the tent, with a gun next to him. We woke up the next morning, and I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from the inside of the tent, everything seemed normal. When we got out, Our campsite was absolute chaos. The fire pit that we had made was ruined. The cooler had been thrown and food was scattered all over the place. The stereo was smashed to pieces, laying next to a tree. All of the car doors were open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt off now. It was quiet and not the beautiful campsite that I saw yesterday. Everything about those woods felt wrong now. My ex accused me of not locking the car the night before, that an animal got in and got our stuff. I promised that I had locked it, and I went to the tent to grab the keys from my backpack, but they weren't there. I found them later on the ground, right next to the car. We quickly threw everything in the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what had just happened. He finally spoke up when we were almost home, and he told me that he'd had a dream the night before about something kneeling over him in the tent, holding his gun, and just staring at him. When I tried to ask him more questions, he got quiet again, and he said that he didn't want to talk about it, and that I shouldn't talk about it anymore either. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something really wrong happened to us in the woods that night. For the past year or two, my mother has had several experiences in our house. She'll often hear what sounds like dogs walking on hardwood out in the kitchen, even though all the dogs are in the living room with her. Most recently, this past Wednesday morning, she saw a shadow next to her spot on the couch. The most common one, though, is that she will hear the side door close, like my dad has gotten home, except he hasn't. She's not hearing things either, as the dogs catch it too, and they go over to greet him, only for him not to be there. Speaking of dogs, quite often they will sit and stare up at the ceiling, or into a corner. No growling or anything, just staring. My mom cleans religiously, so there are no cobwebs or anything that could be catching their eyes. I moved in last October after my divorce with my 3 dogs, and I've had a couple experiences myself. On Thanksgiving of last year, we noticed that the clock on the wall in the dining room, that has had dead batteries for years, had one hand sticking straight up at the 12, where previously both had been at the 6. The hallway that leads to the side door and the laundry room and the office that I slept in always gave me the creeps. I'm constantly feeling like I'm being watched. My most recent experience was just 2 days ago. My parents were on vacation in Florida and had just texted me that they were on their way home from the airport. I was in my room playing video games, with my 3 dogs on the bed with me, and their 3 on the floor next to the bed. I'm about to go back to my game when I heard what sounded like a dog growling. Not unusual in a house with 6 dogs, but very unusual when the sound is coming from the kitchen. Attached to that same hallway as the laundry room and office. And all 6 dogs are with me, and none of them sound like that when they growl. The creepiest one, though, occurred shortly after Christmas of 2020. My mother and I both came down with COVID, and we were quarantined in our rooms. I was still sleeping in the office at the time. About midnight comes, and my dad leaves for a fire call. We're both volunteer firefighters, and for obvious reasons, I didn't go. I'm still awake watching TV and listening to the call on my radio. Dad had left the hallway light on when he left. And when I looked over at my dogs, because they're cute as fuck when they're sleeping, I saw a shadow pass my door, blocking the light from the hallway. At this point, it's about 12:30. My dad is still out on a call, and Mom is long asleep. Their 3 dogs are with Mom in her room, and my 3 are in mine. Right after the shadow passes, one of my dogs stares at the door and starts growling. Now, this dog barks and grumbles a lot, but never like this. This was a full-on, "Who are you? Get the fuck out of my house," growl. Needless to say, I didn't sleep until Dad got home and turned out the light. No way in hell was I getting out of bed and opening that door. At this point, I'm not sure how many entities we have around. I think it's at least 3. One being one of our dogs that has since passed, which would explain the nails on the hardwood that we hear. We do think that one of the spirits is my grandmother, who passed away in 2015. She was an animal lover, which would explain why the dogs are so calm when staring up into the corners. Plus, the activity cooled down a little bit when we brought her ashes back out onto the shelf instead of the closet that they'd been placed in during renovations. As for the 3rd one, I'm not sure. I don't want to say it's demonic, partially for my own sanity because that would be terrifying, but also because as someone who questions the existence of God, I must also question the existence of demons. But whatever it is, it feels dark. I have always trusted a dog's measure of a person, and if my boy doesn't like it, then I definitely don't believe it to be benevolent. The home I grew up in had a sizable backyard, perfect for kids to spend summers in. We had a privacy fence all around the yard, so we could do just that without our mothers worrying about us. Unfortunately, creepy men always seemed to find a way. That summer, the morning glories my mother had planted all along the fence line were just lovely, in full bloom. I loved going out there early in the day when they were just opening up to the sun. On one such morning, I was standing at the fence, singing to myself as children do, and running my hands over the flowers, when all of a sudden, a man's face was there, peering at me through the slats, his face smashed up against the other side of the fence. He was a ruddy complexion, with scraggly auburn hair and a beard to match. We were eye to eye for what felt like minutes, but was likely just seconds. As I backed away, he said, "Don't you scare me now." I remember being confused and thinking, "Scare you? You scared me." But I didn't say anything. Just moved back towards the deck and the rocking swing that we had there. I remember sitting there for quite some time, and the entire time feeling like he was staring at me. I crept up to the fence again from the other side of the garage, so I could climb up on a wood pile that we had there and peek over the top of the fence. Sure enough, he was still there, pressed against the fence. I was thoroughly freaked out. I ran back into the house, and I stayed there for the rest of the day. I quickly put that incident behind me and went on with my summer, never seeing that man again. But every now and then, I'll think back on that and shake my head at how creepy it was. He was definitely not an adult I had seen before. The woman whose backyard abutted ours was my brother's teacher. She never married or had housemates. So who was that man? He could have been a landscaper or repairman, but that doesn't make him spying on a child in her backyard anywhere close to normal. I was brushing my teeth at around 12 a.m. My bathroom is next to a hallway, and the hallway links to the stairs. The door was open, and my hallway creaked whenever somebody would walk on it. Anyways, I'm brushing my teeth, and when I hear the creaking of someone walking behind me, I feel a shiver go down my spine, but I don't turn around, thinking that it's one of my family members. All of a sudden, I hear it run down the stairs, which scares the crap out of me. I go to the stairs, but I can't see anything, and all of the lights are out. So I assume it's my brother who came home from a party. The next morning, I talked to my family about it. My parents were fast asleep, along with my brother, and my other brother had stayed the night at his friend's. So whoever it was that night wasn't my family, and to this day, I believe it was a ghost. Okay, so we've all heard of hauntings and such, but has anyone heard of house ghouls? They lurk inside your homes, undetected by the naked eye. They live inside the cracks in the walls of your home, mainly crawl spaces, attics, basements. Not sure if they're supernatural beings or not, but I once encountered them. Me and the neighbor's house were maybe 80 to 100 feet away from each other when I lived in South Jersey near Vineland. The neighbors weren't what you would call quiet neighbors. They had the county police out a couple of times, mainly domestic calls for the adult son from within the home. He may have had autism or some other type of learning or developmental disability because he would lash out in anger sometimes in the household. It was just the father and the mother with their son residing there. One night, the ambulance and police came out to the house, and they brought out the son. It looked like there was visible blood, but I couldn't see anything due to the glare of the police lights and EMS strobes lighting up the area. His mother was also taken to medical, and his father stayed home. A day or two later, no one was at the home, and it looked like they'd moved out. Seemed like they'd just up and left. We're in a small town, so I would think that somebody would have seen somebody leave. I was able to cure my intense curiosity because a buddy of mine I went to high school with, he was an EMT that was there that night at the house. I was able to catch him at the local bar. Sitting at the bar, I go up and ask him, "Oscar, what the hell happened that night?" He calmly looks at me with a and a grin, and then responds, "Crazy shit." He tells me that the son snapped. He took a paring knife and he stabbed his mother in the neck, and then went after the old man. The father was able to shove his son inside a closet and lock the door until police arrived. While inside the closet, the son started a bellowing scream, almost like a howl. When police opened the door, he'd taken the paring knife and stabbed all inside his navel and gouged out his right eye. He screamed penance the whole way out of the home and all the way to the hospital. I then said, "Wow, so do you think he just snapped?" My friend then said, "Nah, it's definitely the house." I then chuckled it off. Later on the exact same night, I saw what looked like people at the home. There was discarded furniture at the end of the lawn for trash pickup, couches, tables, chairs, and other things that I assume were clothes inside of black trash bags. So as I was going to look away, I noticed these things. They were like little elderly people, hunched over, very skinny bodies, and protruding round bellies. Seemed like they were balding, with just very thin strands of cotton-like hair illuminated by the dimming garage light. I got out to take a look further, and I see two of them rummaging about the trash. It's not uncommon for people to search through the trash or furniture, though. But one of them then goes around the side of the home. No more than 4 foot 4 inches. Tall, stocky build, and skin that was like a pale, sweaty hide. Arms were short at the shoulders and long at the elbows. They also walked with a hobble and distinguishedly snorted in the air as they walked. The other one was a bit taller, maybe around 5'11", short arms, long fingers, and long, skinny legs, but walked hunched over, and if it stood straight up, it would maybe stand 7 feet tall. Both had very deep eye sockets, like you could barely see any eyes. In total disbelief of what I'm seeing, I had to wake up my wife and show her. She then went and made salt water. She said an African Orisha's prayer, opened the door, poured the water on our doorstep and porch, and closed it. We then watched as the things made their way back inside the empty home. Then they were gone. I then find out that the lady that lived there way before I was born, she was a medium, and she would charge people to do seances. Needless to say, I don't live around there anymore. I usually just enjoy reading the personal encounters of others, but I feel like sharing one of the weirdest and creepiest encounters of my life. I'm not a skeptic nor a firm believer of the paranormal. I would say I am in between. In terms of experiencing stuff, I tend to look for the most logical reasoning for it, as much as possible. I don't want to think of it as paranormal. I live in a province somewhere in the Philippines. My work at the time was in the city. If I'm not mistaken, this city used to be an army barracks and fort during World War II. Part of it was changed to a fast-growing city business district. My work there was customer support for a European business, and most of my shifts were graveyard, 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. There are only a handful of people working on the graveyard shift, about 15 on weekdays and half of that on weekends. This happened on a weekend. I got to work around 8 p.m.-ish. When I got in, I saw that there were around 3 people in the area. I thought, well, okay, it's still early. A friend of mine who was a supervisor, sitting 2 aisles away from me, kept glancing at my end as I put my stuff on my workstation. I looked up to him and I gave him a small wave. He called me over and let me take a seat on his side, and then he asked me, "Did you come alone?" I looked at him confused and I was like, "Yeah." He gave a weird look and then said, "I saw you with someone when you came in. He was just behind you, just following you until you got to your workstation. I even thought it was your boyfriend or something." I was like, "Dude, we can't have unauthorized personnel here, and I'm pretty sure I was alone when I got here." He just looked at me weirdly. He claims to have a sixth sense, and he told me that it might be an elemental of sorts that's attached itself to me. The weird part was my mom used to tell me that when I was not at home, there was this figure that could be seen roaming inside my room. This figure, from what my mother said, was just pacing inside. She knows it's not me because of the build of the shadow. It was distinctly male. And that was my friend's description as well. Now, I'm not sure if it is still attached to me, since I haven't really felt any presence, but other people seem to see it at random times, just beside me or in my room. At first, I actually thought that what my friend saw was probably an apparition of a soldier because of the area where we work. But with my mom saying that she can see this figure in my room, I think it might have followed me to work that time. Today I decided to take a walk in the forest. No one wanted to come with me, so I went alone. I took some fruits and tea with me, and with music in my ears, I started my route. Eventually, I sat at a picnic table because I wanted to eat something. I turned around and there was a woman with a small dog, which I hadn't heard them because of the music. I put my backpack on the bench and I looked over at the woman again, and she wasn't there. I searched for her for a short moment because I thought she was behind a tree or turned around and left. But there was nowhere that she could have gone because I've seen all of the ways that someone could have gone. Some other people came after that, and I still saw them after about 5 minutes. The lady, she wasn't wearing a white dress or something creepy, only a jacket and jeans like any other woman in her 40s or 50s would wear. This is a story that I heard from my mother. This happened when she was single and living alone. Back in those days, she was working in an office job. Next door, to the right, lived a single man who was living alone, and from the start, Mom always thought that he was kind of weird. He would never offer any form of greeting when they ran into one another in the hall. She would often say hello to him, but he never replied, and that's why my mom was a bit wary of him. Also, another off-putting fact about the guy next door was the fact that he would just stare at her. She said that she had a bad feeling about that guy. One night, she awoke from a dream in the dead of night. She said it was as if a switch had been flipped somewhere. Her reaction was instantaneous. She opened her eyes and was fully conscious. And just as mysteriously as she awoken, a question jumped to the forefront of her mind. Did I lock the door? After the intrusive question entered her mind, she couldn't make it leave. It lingered, and worry began to set in as she lay in bed in the dark. Like an itch that needs scratching, she felt as if she had to go and check. She crept over to the door and realized that the door was unlocked, just as she feared. She blamed it on her own carelessness, then turned the key and locked the door. In that exact moment, she felt the doorknob slowly and slightly twist in her hand. She was incredibly frightened, but she managed to maintain her composure and keep quiet. She had only just turned the key in the door, and had she hesitated even a second longer, the person on the other side of the door would have been opening an unlocked door. She put her eye to the peephole and saw the figure of a man outside. She recognized him almost instantly as the neighbor next door. She covered her mouth so as not to scream as the doorknob slowly turned once again. A few agonizing seconds crawled by, and then her neighbor gave up and walked away. My mom has a trusting kind of nature, so she decided that she would put this down as her neighbor making an honest mistake and mistaking his apartment for hers. She decided not to worry about it. A couple of days went by, and her neighbor moved out of the apartment complex. It was around the same time as my mom wanting to move out too. She began cleaning and packing her things away when she noticed something. She was cleaning one of her balcony windows at the time, and it was partially fogged up in the right corner. Upon closer inspection, she saw fingerprints on the glass. The fingerprints were on the outside of the balcony window. She didn't know how they could have gotten there at first, but then she remembered something. Her creepy neighbor lived on the right-hand side, and that was where she found the fingerprints. There had to be a connection. She stepped out onto her balcony and took a look at the railing, and there were traces of fingerprints there, too. It looked as if the man next door was climbing over the balcony partition and peering into her apartment. My mom laughed when she told me this story. She literally never gets up at night. She's a total sound sleeper. But that night, intuition kicked in and made her make sure the door was locked. I think that she's only still here today because of that gut feeling that she had to go and check that that door was locked. If you wake up with a similar concern, get up. There's one thing that still freaks me out. If the neighbor got the apartment wrong, why didn't he just try to put his key in the lock? Why did he just silently turn the door handle? It freaks me out to imagine what her neighbor's intentions were. In the mid-90s, in rural Ohio, children are free-range, smartphones are non-existent, and I'm a quiet, shy fourth grader. That summer, my mom became good friends with a couple who owned a large, beautiful flower farm. Most weekends, they would host friends and family for bonfires and s'mores. The adults would drink grown-up beverages, and the kids would explore and play. On the particular evening of this encounter, we had just settled in beside the fire when my mom stiffened beside me. She turned to me and said, "I don't want you and your brother wandering off. Just play here where I can see you." Now, this was unusual and kind of a bummer to my kid self. But she was regularly so lenient that I begrudgingly went along with it. After our s'mores were eaten and before the sugar rush ensued, my mom gathered us to wash our hands. Once again, this seemed odd. I was completely capable of using the restroom on my own, as was my younger brother. As we were rounding the corner to the house, we passed a man that we'd not previously met. My mother grabs both of our hands tightly and speed walks us up to the back door, closing the screen door and locking the glass door behind her. In my memory, she was composed, but she later told me that she felt breathless and panicked, like a wild-eyed animal. Not long after, we hit the road to get home for bed and church in the morning. I remember thinking that I wish we could stay and play longer, or even camp there overnight like we did sometimes. But oh well, my child mind did not connect anything odd about the whole situation. It would be many years later, when I was an adult, that my mother would tell me a story I'll never forget. She remembers all the same details, the bonfire, the s'mores, the sugared-up kiddos, and the sticky marshmallow hands. But she also clearly remembers the sudden feeling of inescapable dread in the pit of her stomach, and the hackles rising on the back of her neck. Even in front of the bonfire, her blood ran icy cold. She told me that all she could think was, "It's time to go. We need to get out of here." She said it was the most persistent feeling of urgency she's ever felt. She then told me that the next day at church, she asked her friend who the new man at their home was that night. He replied, "That is my brother. He just got released from prison for child molestation and assault. He and I have never gotten along, but he has nowhere else to go. I asked him to go somewhere else for the evening, but he just showed back up at the house. No warning. I would never have allowed him near children." Her jaw almost dropped to the floor. She told me that before she'd even seen him on the way back to the house, she felt his presence. She kept looking into the darkness beside the house and feeling like she was being watched. She knew instinctively her children were in harm's way, and she needed to get us somewhere else. She didn't question it or blow it off. She listened to her gut, and I'm thankful she did. The feelings she experienced that night were so intense, we never went back to their home again. Friends, please always listen to your instincts and be safe out there. I was hiking in the Olympic National Forest a few years ago, by myself and my 2 dogs. We were 4 days in, and around 20 miles at least, as a crow flies from even a known mountain road. I was camping around 7,000 feet that night, or right where the tree line started thinning out. So when we got to the campsite, a big open meadow at the top of a secondary mountain, it was about an hour from sunset. My big dog usually runs around within proximity of the camp as I put the tent up and make dinner, etc. But I noticed this time was a little different. He kept staring up at the steep tree-filled mountainside, tail straight up, and barking. Not the bark when he sees marmots. No, not the excited, "Oh, you motherfuckers are lucky because I'd rip you all apart if my master wasn't here," high-pitched barks. But unsure, concerned barks. Now, the day before, I'd found a note left under a rock at the last landmark, saying that there was a problem bear in the area that was harassing a party of campers a few days ago. And I myself had seen big cat tracks the day before, so I was rightfully concerned that this may be more than just ground squirrels. I decided to go climb some of the boulders at the foot of the hill. I took my time, looking up at the hillside for movement, before I went to go hang my bear bag up there. There were only a few trees around to hang the bag. I didn't see or hear anything, but my dog kept quietly whining like there was something up there. So, while still concerned, I started hiking up this steep hill to hang my bag. It was so steep, I had to use the trees to balance and lean against so I didn't go tumbling down before making another 5 or 6 step push to the next tree that I could lean against. Anyway, I'm slowly making it up this hill ridge, hopping from tree to keep my balance. Then I get about 100 feet up the hill, and I hear a whole lot of big movement about 50 feet in front of me. My dog immediately goes from a deep, low growl to a savage, slobber flying everywhere type of barking now. My heart starts pounding out of my chest, and I start to panic. A million thoughts go racing through my head in a matter of seconds. Because if this is a bear, my dog is going to try to save me, in which he will most likely die, and I'm still stuck here. If I have to get off that hillside fast, I'm almost 100% going to trip and fall off a 12 or 15-foot cliff onto the boulders below. Like hundreds of 5 to 20 feet boulders. So, I'm feeling pretty screwed right now. Then I hear my other little dog start barking and freaking out down at my campsite, which was just out of sight. I had zipped her in my tent so that she couldn't wander off while I was away. So yeah, I'm absolutely panicking at this point. A few seconds after, I kind of snap back to it, and I take another few seconds to start to put my survival priorities in order and call my dog back to me. Loki, by the way. He comes and he sits against my feet, as my back is against a tree, so I'm kind of pinned or stuck there for the moment. But my dog was seemingly trying to separate me from whatever was up there, so I let him lean against me while I tried to collect myself. This is when I realized I'd completely forgotten that I had my headlamp on. I reach up so fast to turn my lamp on, I basically punch myself in the face. I'm having some serious adrenaline dumps going on right now, so much so that my knees are starting to shake. I get my headlamp on and peer up the hillside. I figure I'll at least get a reflection off the eyes of whatever's up there. Peering, nothing. But I had just heard something. We both did. And whatever it was didn't get away or sound like it had made it too far. I knew something was there. So I'm kinda just steadfast at this point. I need to know what's up there, because I have to sleep here tonight. And I'm out in the middle of nowhere, alone. Better to face it than wait like a sitting duck all night, is my thought process. So yeah, I'm looking up this hill, and at one point my dog lunges forward, unpinning me. He does a fake bluff charge up the hill, about 15 feet. And I mean, he's snarling and foaming at the mouth at this point. As he does this, I finally see movement. Something moving up and breaking the line of the horizon. My dog's bluff made whatever it was blow its cover, so I'm zeroed in. I call my dog back and silently watch. And what I make out makes my heart completely drop. There was a man crouched about 75 feet directly in front of me, wearing not camo clothes, but some raggedy shit with a hood that blended into the environment perfectly. Actually, almost like a makeshift ghillie suit, but with his face exposed. I couldn't see his eyes, and his face was covered in dirt or something, but I knew we were staring right at each other at that moment. So I stare for what seems like minutes. No words. I felt like I was trying to subconsciously convey that I was going to stand my ground. I wanted him to know I saw him, but I guess I was just too shaken up to speak. As I'm staring, my little dog back at the campsite started to bark her head off again, like she was scared. And I also had to get off that hill before total dark, or I could be seriously hurt or risk dying trying to get back down. So carefully, I start heading down the hill with my dog, who doesn't want to leave but listens. Periodically, I would stop and put my back against a tree, holding me up, and look in that direction again, just to make it even more clear I saw him. And eventually, I make it down to the boulders at the bottom. By the time I finally jumped down and hit the boulders, my little dog had stopped barking. I could only see the top of my tent from the bottom of the boulders. I thought that she was just barking to bark. Dachshunds do that. Or just barking back at my other dog. But when I got there, my little dog had somehow got out of the tent and was walking around the camp growling, with her tail sticking straight out. Still trying to hold it together, I thought, okay, maybe she just got her nose between the zippers and worked her way out. But I was positive that I had zipped it so the zipper tab opening was at the very top of the tent door, out of reach. So in a mixture of being terrified, pissed off, and the feeling of needing to do something, I reached into my day bag and I pulled out my .40 caliber. I fire a single shot into the air as the sun was setting. I climb into my tent without eating, and I lay my gun next to me until first light. As soon as the sun came up, I was packing my shit and leaving, heading back down the mountain. It sucks. It was all downhill back, but I still couldn't cover the ground to get back to my car in one day. It was dark by the time I made it to the last camp, about 4 miles from our vehicle. But thankfully, there were other people there. We sat around a fire that they'd made, and I felt pretty relieved and safe. They start to tell me how they're planning to head that way, where I was the night before, in the morning. So I tell them my story, in detail. Needless to say, we were both walking back to our cars in the morning. Screw all that. The thing that still creeps me out to this day is when I got home and I started reading reviews of the same hike I was on. Other people had had similar experiences like mine as well. Even a man found dead from a fall around the same boulder range 2 years ago. And a woman found murdered last year. What did my kids see? Any input is appreciated. This is my kid's story, but I'm inclined to believe him. I just don't know what to make of it either. We live in a rural area, dead-end road. We walk it daily, so we're very familiar with the scenery and the neighbors' habits. He likes to look at the stars, so he went out for his last walk around 9 p.m. Came in, out of breath. I thought maybe he'd heard coyotes and they spooked him. He said walking past a group of trees, he thought he saw movement, so he shined a flashlight that way. And he saw a gray face peeking at him from behind one of the trees. After Googling, he showed me a picture of a rake and said that it looked very similar, but smaller eyes that reflected green. He thought at first it was a deer, but he couldn't see the rest of the body as he walked. And it didn't move, just kept watching. He said he walked as calmly as he could and watched it from the corner of his eye for as long as he could, discreetly. And as soon as he got to our immediate neighbor's house, he ran. I wanted to call it a deer, but those trees have no tall brush around them, and 3 or 4 feet or so between each tree. So you could easily tell if a deer was standing there. And the group of trees are roughly 10 yards from the road, so near enough to see clearly given the heavy-duty flashlight he takes. We went out tonight to see if we could see it, but nothing. Not that I wanted to, but he insisted. He needed to stumble upon it again with a witness for validation. I'm more live and let live. You stay out there and I'll stay in here. But it's really bothering him. And things have been strange around here lately. So, any ideas? This is something that happened to me and my family in 2007 or so. I was 10 years old then. My parents' house is pretty big. It has 2 floors and is situated in a residential neighborhood just outside of a big city. It's an upper class, very chill and incredibly boring neighborhood, but pretty safe. Okay, back to the story. One night before going to bed, my dad went to check if the front door was locked. But he must have been very tired that night because instead of locking it, he unlocked it. At that time, my grandma was living with us, and her bedroom was the one on the ground floor. My sister and I, as well as my parents, had our bedrooms upstairs. As you walk through the front door, you step into the hallway, which leads to my grandma's bedroom on the left, and also the kitchen next to it. If you make a right, you walk into the living room where you can go up the stairs onto the other floors. When entering the living room, you have to take a big step downward, like going down the stairs, but there's just one step. In the middle of the night, my grandma hears a loud bang. She gets out of her bedroom and looks around to see what happened. No one else heard this. At first, she couldn't see much because the only source of light was the moonlight shining through the windows. The light switch was all the way across the living room, right next to the staircase. So she had to walk through the living room to turn the lights on. For some reason, she didn't turn the lights on. She decided to walk up to the couch that was in the living room because she could see that there was someone lying on it. But she couldn't figure out who it was. The lights were off. She thought that my mom must have had an argument with Dad, and she came downstairs to sleep on the couch. It wasn't my mom. It was a stranger. The loud bang she heard was this person falling off that step that led into the living room. You wouldn't expect it to be there. You'd just think that it was flat ground. So they fell pretty bad. It just didn't cross her mind that it could be someone who broke into our home. Who breaks into someone's house and decides to sleep on the couch? It's so random. So my grandma goes up to this person, still thinking it was her daughter, touches them gently, and asks what's going on. Why is she sleeping there and not in her room? The intruder is a woman in her 50s. She mumbles some random words, and Grandma realizes immediately that the woman trying to sleep on the couch wasn't my mom. She also reeked of alcohol. At that point, my grandma goes upstairs to my parents' bedroom and tells them that there's a stranger sleeping on the couch in the living room. My parents freak out, and my dad proceeds to take his sword off the wall. My mom was hanging onto my dad from behind as he slowly walked downstairs with the sword in his hands. He tapped the woman with the sword while she was still laying there drunk, out of her mind. He began shouting at her and asking her what she was doing in our house. She was barefoot, and it was winter at that time, so she walked in the snow without shoes. At this point, my dad realizes that it's just a homeless person seeking shelter, as it was very cold outside and she wasn't properly dressed for it. She was scared and was begging my dad not to hurt her. They eventually called the police and they took her with them. I don't know what happened to her after that, if she was arrested or not, but we never saw her again. My sister and I slept through this whole mess, which is a bit concerning, and our parents told us what happened the next morning. It was a bit unnerving thinking that if my grandma wouldn't have heard that loud bang, who knows what this woman would have done while we were all sleeping. When I was about 8 to 10 years old, I lived in a fucking horrifying apartment complex. So I'll tell one of my supernatural, paranormal stories that really freaked me out. So I'd just gotten to bed, and I made sure my curtains were closed all the way because I was terrified of being able to look out my windows while laying down. I always had a hard time going to sleep, but that night was different. I fell asleep easily. But I woke up in the middle of the night, I think. I remember I couldn't check the time because of how scared I was. When I woke, I kind of squirmed around and then finally opened my eyes. I noticed it was really dark. Soon enough, my eyes adjusted to the dark, and that's when I noticed something. By my closet was someone sitting down and staring at me. But it wasn't a stranger. I fucking knew this person. It was my mom. But at the same time, it wasn't my mom. Because for one, my mom wouldn't be in my room staring at me while I was sleeping and sitting on my bedroom floor. Also, it looked like my mom, but its eyes were off. My mom has the most vibrant, pretty blue eyes. It had eyes that were darker, not too dark, but you could tell the difference. And it was looking at me like someone would if they were spaced out. It also had the most emotionless expression that my mom would never wear on her face. It scared the crap out of me. I kind of shifted over and looked towards my window where it wasn't at, and so it couldn't see my face. I noticed my curtains were opened a bit, where I could see outside, which also scared me. So I closed my eyes, trying to go back to sleep. Surprisingly, I fell asleep in almost an instant. When I woke up, no one was there. I didn't tell anyone about it until weeks later, and I told my mom during laundry when I noticed a shirt. It was the shirt that the thing was wearing. My mom kind of freaked out, and she told me to tell her stuff sooner. This encounter happened late this afternoon. I'm still pretty shaken up about this, and I can't get it out of my mind, so bear with me. My day started as it normally does. Early morning work shift, come home, drive my partner to work, come home to nap. However, when I got home, my partner texted me saying to pick them back up because they just got news they were laid off for the winter due to a very slow season. I went back out, came back, and went for my nap while my partner was playing video games. I was in a pretty deep sleep with my favorite TV show playing in the background that I've seen a million times. About 2 hours or so later, I woke up to my creaky front door being opened, followed by a deep and unfamiliar hello. I listened intently, as I thought it could be my partner's friend who often stops by. I didn't hear anything further, so I shrugged it off to my TV, and I tried to go back to sleep. Shortly after that, I hear my partner open their bedroom door. I hear them yell, "Who the hell are you, and why are you in my house?" I panic as I don't know who they're talking to, but I listen to the short interaction. An older man, very startled by my partner's presence, explains that he had watched a package be delivered, and after no one came to get the package right away, he decided to come inside. The package was still on my porch afterwards. My partner tells this stranger who had been walking towards my bedroom to leave and that they're calling the cops. The man lingers, stalling my partner, and asks if he can use our bathroom. They say, "No, get out," and the man slowly makes his way out and drives away. We called the police immediately after he left, giving them his and his vehicle's description. I called my neighbor to let them know and keep an eye out, and he informed me that when he came home 2 or 3 hours earlier, that vehicle was parked at the end of our street, and when he drove by, the man covered his face. I can't stop thinking that this man knows my schedule and has targeted me for something, but I'm so lucky that today, of all the days, I was not home alone. This just happened to me. I'm walking to my car, and a sheriff's car is honking and driving by me. I'm thinking the sheriff needs to enter the driveway of the hotel that I'm crossing, so I move out of the way. He motions again, so I cross the driveway, and he follows me. Then he motions me over, all while his windows are up. I remove my earbud and I start walking closer. He rolls his window down and says, "Get in." And I'm like, "What?" He says again, "Get in the car." There's stuff in the front seat, so the only place to get is in the back. I ask him for his badge number, and he rolls up his window and speeds off, tires screeching. It literally took me a few seconds to realize what happened and called Hubster. I'm low-key shook. That is a predator, and he's using his uniform as power over women to possibly harm them. I'm upset at myself because, other than seeing the things in his car and the fact that he was in uniform, I can't give you any details of how he looks other than his ethnicity. The rest of him is a blur. I already called the non-emergency number for the police department, but obviously they didn't answer. So I'll be going in person to make a report. I grew up on a small farm in south-central Pennsylvania. Our house was built in the mid to late 1800s and had several occupants before my parents moved in, one of which we believe stuck around after death. We called this entity Joe, after a farmer that lived there that was killed in an accident not far from the house. Both my family and several friends had seen Joe around the property. Joe would appear in a window of the old barn before the barn was destroyed. He would also make his presence known around the house, moving things, whispering, and occasionally manifesting himself for people to see. He appeared for a group of people that we had visiting in the early 90s. This was faculty from a boarding school my mother taught at. Several of the teachers asked who the old man standing on our second-floor balcony was. They all thought that he was a new teacher at the school, but when they asked my mom and went to show her the man, he was gone. My first time seeing Joe was also in the early 90s. I had heard him and seen things moving on their own since I was a kid, but never actually saw him before. This was when I was in high school. Maybe grade 9 or 10, I was homesick for the day. My parents were both at work and my brother was off at college. We lived at a crossroad in a 2-story house on 5 acres of land. At the time, we had a small barn with a large pasture for several sheep and goats. The windows of my second-floor bedroom overlooked the barn and pasture to the north and the crossroad to the west. Anyway, at one point in the early afternoon, a noise caught my attention and I peeked out the window to see what it was. The animals had somehow opened one of the gates and escaped the pasture. I groaned and got dressed to get them back into the fenced area. I was sick and did not want to deal with this. Before leaving my room, I looked out the window again, and to my surprise, saw a man herding the animals back into the pasture and latching the gate. He was older, maybe in his 60s or 70s, wearing glasses, black pants, and suspenders, with a white button-down shirt. When he was done, he turned to look directly at my window, smiled, and waved, then started walking toward the road. I watched him walk off in disbelief. When I couldn't see him anymore from that window, I went to the other window to see where he was going. He had disappeared. There was no sign of him walking down the road, and there was no vehicle that he could have arrived in. There was also no time for him to have gotten into a vehicle and driven off. He was just gone. I haven't seen Joe since then, but my parents still live there today and report that he's still around, making his presence known with his whispering and playful moving of objects. I was 8 years old when we first moved into the house on the edge of the forest. My parents had their doubts about buying a house with a backyard bordered by forest. They had concerns about wild animals getting into our bins or hurting our dogs, and they were worried one of us might go too far into the trees and get lost. But it was cheap, and my dad liked the seclusion. My mom loved the house itself. My siblings and I were excited about playing in the backyard and exploring the forest. Our first sign that something wasn't right was that our dogs were absolutely terrified of the forest. They never went into the forest for any reason. If a toy they'd been playing with found its way past the tree line, they would refuse to retrieve it. And when one of us went in, they would pace anxiously until we returned. On occasion, we'd notice the dogs staring at a spot in the forest in obvious distress, sometimes growling or barking. But we could never see anything there. My brother once carried one of the dogs into the trees to show her there was nothing scary about it. But she wriggled out of his grip and sprinted into the house in a panic. If we were in the backyard when it was getting dark, we sometimes heard noises, like someone was walking through the forest. Sticks crunching underfoot, branches being pushed aside. If we called out, there was no response. But if we shined a flashlight around, we'd occasionally catch a glimpse, just for a split second, of something that we could swear looked like a human walking around in the dark. My parents quickly banned us from entering the forest at all after dark, and even during the day, we weren't allowed to go out of sight of the house. My sister's bedroom window looked out at the backyard and the forest beyond. She remembers looking out her window one night and seeing a shadowy figure standing right at the edge of our backyard. She says that there was something wrong with it, like it wasn't quite standing on the ground, and it was a little too tall to be a person, and sort of distorted. And she was convinced that it was staring at her. She called for our dad, saying there was a man in the yard staring through her window. And when he ran outside to chase off whoever it was, she continued to watch the figure. It didn't move away, but when the light from our dad's flashlight passed over it, it suddenly just wasn't there anymore. We regularly heard knocking on the back door at night, with no one there. Our parents thought it was teenagers playing a prank, and they stopped bothering even opening the door. Until one rainy night, the knocking was persistent and agitated. My mom pointed out that there might be someone needing shelter from the heavy rain outside. But when she opened the door, not only was there no one there, but there were no wet footprints on the porch. The knocking continued the whole time we lived there. It would happen several times in a span of a few weeks, and then stop for months, then start up again. My parents eventually installed a security camera, and there was never anyone at the door. The camera wasn't all useless, though. About 3 years into living there, my brother started having night terrors and sleepwalking. When he went sleepwalking, he'd always go out the back door and start walking towards the forest. My mom, being a light sleeper, would hear the door open and run out to get him before he made it into the forest. After the third or fourth time this happened, my brother asked to see the camera footage because he wanted to know how he looked when he was sleepwalking, I guess thinking that it would look funny. The footage showed him walking out onto the porch and then pausing as if listening to something, and shaking his head, then reluctantly walking forward as if being pulled or forcefully guided by something. One evening, my dad was in the backyard, and he heard my sister calling him from the forest, seemingly in distress. Thinking she'd gone exploring in the forest and fallen over and hurt herself, he ran in and started calling to her, but quickly realized it was too dark to see her, and he couldn't pinpoint where her voice was coming from. He told her to wait where she was while he grabbed a flashlight. When he ran back into the house for the flashlight, he saw my sister inside, safe and completely unconcerned. At the time, my dad hadn't told us about hearing my sister's voice in the forest. So, when I heard my mom's voice coming from the forest months later, while I was outside with the dogs one evening, I didn't question it, despite the fact that I'd seen my mom inside recently and I hadn't noticed her walk past me. My mom was calling to me, saying she'd gotten her sweater caught in some branches and needed me to come and help her. As I walked in, the dogs started barking, alerting my dad, who saw me through the window wandering into the forest. He came outside and called to me, and I said I was just helping Mom. He yelled back that Mom was inside, and I needed to run back to the house as fast as I could, which I did. After this, my parents had a fence built around the backyard, and they started looking for a new place. In between the time of the fence being built and us moving out, it got way worse. We'd hear knocking at the door more regularly, as well as tapping on the windows. As if someone was walking the perimeter of the house and trying every window. We'd often hear scratching and scraping sounds on the fence and voices beyond it. My brother's night terrors got more frequent, and one night, my mom didn't hear the door open when he was sleepwalking. He woke up standing at the fence, staring into the forest, with the dogs barking behind him. The last morning we spent there, less than 4 years after we moved in, we woke up to find the back door fully open. The security camera footage showed it slowly swinging open on its own. Since moving out, My brother's sleepwalking has stopped, though he still gets night terrors and he suffers from pretty severe anxiety. A few nights ago, he called me out of the blue, and after a bit of small talk, he asked me if I think the door being open that final night means whatever was out there finally got in. He was trying to make light of it, saying that he was getting into the spirit of Halloween, joking about how maybe we should all get exercise just in case something latched onto us all those years ago. But I think he's deeply bothered by everything that happened. I know I still am, a little. I still get nervous around dark, wooded areas. I don't know what I think was out there in the forest behind our house at night, but I get the feeling that, given the chance, it would have swallowed us whole. So a few years back, my then 2-year-old daughter and I used to spend a lot of time at my mother's place. She would watch my daughter for roughly 12 to 14 hours a day while I managed a golf course. One evening, we were just hanging out with Nana. Where she lived, it was once a huge farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, in a small town in Ontario, Canada. They had turned the house into 5 apartments. My mother had a door that led out to the roof where she would smoke, so I was taking my daughter to the washroom with myself. Across and down a little from there was the roof door. My mom was outside having a smoke. So when we were all finished in the washroom, I was holding my daughter's hand, and as we walked out of the bathroom, I was looking down at her because she was still uneasy on her feet. I wanted to make sure she didn't trip or something. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my mom run past us into the den. So I said, "Nana's playing hide and seek. Let's go get her." I picked her up and started running after her. As I was coming through the den, I saw my mom turn the corner. She was going so fast, her hair was flying up behind. As we went around the corner, the lights were off in the living room. And there's a tiny open area off to the right side. So before we went in front of it, with my daughter in my arms, I jumped in front of the closet and yelled, "Boo!" There was nothing there at all. No Mom. Then I heard my mother say, "Crystal?" Chills ran down my spine. Every hair on my body stands up. I said, "Yes, where the heck are you?" I was frozen stiff. Slowly I turned around, went back towards the den, and looked. Here comes my mother, walking back in from the roof after finishing her smoke. Just incredible. I will never get this image out of my head. My mom was creeped out after that. Down the road, little things would happen, but not actual visuals. When I was about 9 years old, this would have been in the early 90s, my family and I lived in a house with a fairly big wooded area behind our backyard. I say fairly big because it wasn't big enough that you could really get lost in it for very long. But it was big enough that you could walk into it for a good 20 minutes before making it to the center. It got pretty thick in some areas, and you couldn't see any of the houses from the neighborhoods once inside. To my friends and I, it was a magical world. We played in those woods all summer long. My mom would let us go in there as long as we were back by sundown. Like I said, this was the early 90s, and times were a little different then. My best friend would come over and we would run out there and play for hours. We played hide and seek, Army, Star Wars, anything we could think of. But our favorite thing to do was climb trees. We had a favorite tree to climb. It was a huge pine out towards the middle of the woods. The branches at the bottom were low enough that we could grab on and pull ourselves up. And the branches leading up were all very strong. We could climb really high and see a view from above most of the other trees. Sometimes when I got bored at home, I'd go out there by myself. I'd climb real high in that tree and just think about stuff. I loved being way up there. It was so peaceful and calm. One Sunday, I decided to go on a solo mission in the evening. I knew I didn't have too long before dark, so I hurried into the woods to get a good climb in. I was up in my spot in no time. I remember it was late summer, and the weather was still warm late into the evening. I wanted to be able to see a little bit of sunset, and then I'd climb down and hurry home. I just sat up there and daydreamed as I waited for the sun to begin to set. Then I heard a twig snap on the ground, and when I looked straight down, I saw a man standing at the base of the tree, looking up at me. I remember he was wearing a filthy brown jacket, and he had a patchy beard. His hair was sticking up at random places, looking like he'd been relentlessly running his fingers through it. He was just staring at me with this bizarre expression that seemed to be one of wonder and delight. It was an extremely unnerving look, almost a look of someone that just realized they stumbled across the gold at the end of the rainbow. That's the only way I can describe it. It made my blood run cold. I went completely numb, like ice had been injected into my veins. I didn't know how long he'd been watching me before I noticed him. Thinking about that still makes me shiver. We just stared at each other for a moment. He didn't say anything, and neither did I. It sounds strange, but I didn't want to scream or tell him to go away because I had this feeling that told me not to provoke him in any way. After a few minutes, he spoke.
You coming down anytime soon?
I shook my head back and forth. I didn't know what to say to him. It was clear I was very uncomfortable at this point, and that should be enough to make a decent person go away. But he only grinned at me. Then he reached his hand up and grabbed the bottom branch of the tree, as if to test it, to see if it could hold him. I do believe that he may have been planning to climb the tree to me, but the lowest branch was flimsy. It wasn't strong enough to hold a full-grown adult. I thank God for that. He soon realized this and gave up, but I had seen enough. I finally broke my silence and started to yell for someone to help me. I kept screaming and screaming. The man backed away a step or two from the tree, and then he began to mumble and curse under his breath. He flailed his arms in the air in a rage and began making a motion like he was pushing an invisible person in front of him. Eventually, he turned and walked away, sort of stumbling with each step. I don't think anybody heard my cries because nobody came to help me. I stayed up in that tree for what felt like hours because I wasn't sure if he was really gone. Finally, I climbed down because the sun was beginning to set. I couldn't bear to be out there at night. I hit the ground and bolted back to my house, positive that he would pop out from a shadow and grab me. He never did. I made it home and told my parents. My dad went out to look in the woods, but he never saw anyone. We stayed in that house for about another 2 years before we moved across town to a bigger house. I never played in those woods again for the rest of our time there. I still think about that man sometimes. What would he have done if I had come down? I have no idea, but that question does keep me up some nights. A few months back, I was staying the night at one of my friend's houses. He lives on the far edge of a town in Utah. He still had neighbors around, but there was a lot of forest around, and it was next to a canyon. I don't know if scenery helps the story, but I'll try to list every detail of my encounter. I was staying the night, and my girlfriend also came over to hang out for a while. We hang out, and everything is fine and fun and great. 1 a.m. rolls around and I had to work at 6 a.m. in another town, 30 minutes away. So I said, hey, maybe you should leave so I can get some sleep before work. And at that time, my friend went to sleep, so it was just me and her. As we're walking to her car, I started feeling uneasy, like I could hear something. We get to the driver's side of her car, and I give her a hug goodbye. As I'm hugging my girlfriend, I look behind her, and I'm struck with shock and fear as I see a creature, maybe 8 or 9 feet tall. It was standing next to a cherry tree on the side of my friend's driveway. It was bipedal, and it was very skinny. The moon was out, so I could see this creature clearly, but not so much color. The legs were bent backwards, like deer legs or like the back legs of a moose. It slouched a lot, and I couldn't see its face as it was in the leaves of the cherry tree, which had to be 10 to 12 feet tall. I remember not being able to talk much, except for saying goodbye to my girlfriend. I don't know why, but I couldn't tell her to look behind her. Before I let go of her, though, I saw the creature move. It took off running towards the tree line. What absolutely baffled my mind was the speed of the creature. It looked impossible, as if it got blurry when it started running. I remember it looking right at me through the leaves, even though I couldn't see its face. The worst thing about the experience was the emotions attached to seeing what I saw. I felt like my confidence and my emotions were attacked. I had never felt a feeling of fear like this before, and I've been charged by full-grown brown bears. After my girlfriend got into her car, I stood in that very spot from when I hugged her until she left the driveway. I don't know if it was more out of fear or making sure she left safely. I didn't know what to do, so I slowly walked over to my car and got in. I called my friend multiple times, and he was asleep and didn't answer. I looked out my window after several minutes, and when I looked to the left, I saw my friend's cat, Avery. And I tried to think logically. If my friend's cat, which probably has better senses than me, is out here, then I'm probably seeing things, and it's safe. So I got out and stood next to Avery. Next thing I know, it sounds like there's a Clydesdale horse running through the deep growth of the forest. Avery started running for the door, and I sprinted faster than Avery and got inside. For the next 3 hours, I sobbed and cried like I did when my dog died when I was 12. The fear I felt was indescribably powerful. I also remember it had long arms, and when it ran, it used all of its limbs. Please, someone tell me if this creature is real. It gives me goosebumps to this day talking about it, and writing this brought me to tears. Just thinking about it is scary. When I was 15, my uncle asked if I could help him clean the church that he went to. Saying yes, I went with him on a Saturday morning. Before entering the church, he told me that it was haunted. I thought that he was just trying to see if he could scare me. He told me to take off my shoes before entering. We entered through the kitchen door. Walking into the church, we stopped under the balcony. He then knocked on the wall 3 times. That was when I heard what sounded like someone jumping down from a high place above us. Then I heard 5 or 6 steps that stopped at the edge of the balcony. For about 10 seconds, I didn't hear anything. Then I heard what sounded like boots scuffing on the floor, like someone was turning around. And then I heard the same 5 or 6 steps going back in the direction of which they came. Thinking that my uncle was still trying to scare me, I ran up the stairs and searched all the rooms. There was no one there. Before I begin, I'd like to say that this is a very long story. It's been something that's haunted me since I was 6 years old, since my first encounter with it. I have had dreams about this, and 2 very specific encounters with the creature. I'm sharing this story so I can possibly find help on what to do or how to get rid of this creature that's been hunting me for as long as I can remember. Just for background, I'm a 21-year-old female, and I still worry about this creature finding me, but I'll get into details on why later. For now, here's my story. I would always go camping with my grandparents, who I called Gammy and Gampy, at the end of my school years. I'd always look forward to it since I grew up loving the outdoors and the woods. I especially loved camping. I loved the idea of having s'mores, taking long hikes, being around the campfire, and of course the wildlife we would see. Now, I grew up in California, mostly near cities. The forest felt like my true home. I always preferred being near trees and dirt rather than buildings and crowded places. Besides, the woods were much quieter and more peaceful. I always felt safe when I was there, like nothing could ever hurt me. But something strange would always happen at the end of the month in May. I'd have this reoccurring dream during the last week of my school year. I would be in the woods, walking alone down a dirt trail. The woods were always strangely quiet. I would continue to walk this path until I saw this red fox poke its head from behind a tree. Its eyes were always strangely human-like, but they were yellow and somehow looked like teddy bear eyes. And it would just stare at me. It wouldn't make a sound at all. It would just watch me. Usually in my dream, I would go up and pet it, causing the fox to finally make a noise, usually a soft growl. Then I would continue walking, and it would follow me. The first time I had this dream was when I was actually around 5 years old, and it lasted until perhaps 11. Over the years, it would be the same exact thing. I would walk into the woods, find this fox, pet it, then continue my hike with it alongside me. But after having this dream for about the 4th time, it would start to walk behind me. That's when I started to feel uneasy about this fox. I could hear it making odd noises, but every time I went to look back, it was just walking like nothing was wrong, even somehow giving me a smile. Sorry to go on about the dream, but I now believe that it was a warning of this creature. Now that the dream is out of the way, I can talk about my first true encounter. I was 6 years old, and I was going on a camping trip with Gammy and Gampy for about a week. Of course, I was very excited about it, being able to barely keep myself in my school seat for the last day of kindergarten. They had picked me up right as the bell had rung and already had the camping trailer attached to my Gampy's truck. I remember he drove an old red truck that only had 3 seats, me always being in the middle. It took about 2 hours to get there and another good hour to find our usual spot. It was deep into the woods and far from other people, as my Gammy wasn't too fond of being around other people while we camped. As they were setting up the camping trailer, I wandered around the campsite, loving to dig in the dirt for bugs. I had sat down on the dirt and I started to dig, but I noticed how strangely quiet the woods were. It was never this quiet, not even in the dead of night. I thought it was odd, but being only 6, I didn't think too hard about it. As I continued to dig for bugs, however, I thought I heard my Gammy call for me. She would usually call me Sugar Booger, that being a nickname she gave me since I was born. That's what I had heard, but it sounded like she was very far away and somewhat sick.
Sugar Booger.
I looked up to where I heard it come from, that being from the woods. But there was no way that she was there because she was still unloading stuff from the truck. Even at the age of 6, It didn't feel right. So I walked closer to my grandparents and stayed next to them. I soon forgot about my weird encounter, though, as we began to have fun. For the rest of the day, we played card games, sat next to a campfire as we ate dinner, and we stared up into the stars. I always loved seeing the stars. They weren't visible anywhere from where I lived. We started to get sleepy around 9 p.m., I believe, and we started to get ready for bed. There were bunk beds that me and Gammy would sleep on, keeping our luggage on the top bunk, and we'd sleep on the bottom bunk. Due to my Gampy's snoring, he would sleep on the couch of the trailer. I would always sleep next to the trailer window, just in case I couldn't sleep and I wanted to look outside. I fell asleep pretty quickly, though. That being the last day of school and all, it was pretty exhausting. I remember waking up probably hours later, it still being pitch black outside. It wasn't weird for me to wake up late in the night, since I was always known for having sleep issues. I rolled onto my side, trying to fall back asleep, until I heard,
Sugar Booger.
My eyes immediately shot open as I heard my nickname being spoken, but I knew it wasn't either of my grandparents. They were both asleep and were never known to sleep talk before. I started to feel this horrible feeling in my gut, like whatever I was hearing wanted to really hurt me. Even at the age of 6, I knew this wasn't normal. Then I started to hear tapping at the trailer window. It was soft, but loud enough for me to hear it. Tap, tap, tap. I just sat there, frozen in fear. I was trying to just brush it off as a tree branch or rain, but I just knew that it wasn't. I could tell that it was really someone or something tapping on the window. Then I decided to be brave and look. Big mistake. I pulled the curtain away to only a peek, and all I saw were those large yellow eyes. They seemed glassy, yet not entirely real. They looked like giant teddy bear eyes, but cold and unwelcoming. I remember in that moment I panicked, and I quickly closed the curtain back up. I then hid under the blanket, that being the only thing I knew to do when I saw a monster. I could feel tears falling down my face. I never had been so terrified in my life. I just curled up into my Gammy's side and clung onto her all night long. That damn tapping only getting louder and more persistent throughout the night. I don't remember falling asleep, but somehow I did. I do remember my Gampy waking me up around noon, saying how if I got up quick enough, we could still go fishing. I honestly didn't want to leave the trailer at all, terrified that whatever I saw the night before would be out there. I did eventually go outside, but I was constantly looking around, horrified that whatever saw me last night would get me. My Gammy immediately knew I was scared and pulled me into a hug when she saw me, asking what was wrong. I did tell her what I saw and what I heard, and surprisingly, she believed me. The next thing I knew, she was telling my Gampy that we were moving campsites. It took a bit to convince him, but he did eventually start to pack and hook the trailer onto his truck. I was put into the truck so I could properly sleep, but I just couldn't. I kept feeling that I was being watched, thinking that every little noise was that thing I saw, that if I closed my eyes even for a second, it would get me. My Gammy wasn't too far from me when I heard it again, but this time, it was my actual name.
Aaliyah.
In that moment, I had never seen my Gammy move so fast. She looked up into the bushes where we had heard it, and then to me. She then got in the truck with me and pulled me into a tight, protective hug. I began to cry all over again. telling her how I wanted to just go back home. That's when my Gampy got into the truck as well, and since I was sobbing so hard, to the point that I was coughing, he agreed we could go home. We started to head out of the campsite, still hurt that the trip had been ruined by something, but still didn't know what. That's when something in my head told me to look back. I slowly did so, feeling an ice-cold fear wash over me as I saw something. A red fox, sitting in the middle of the campsite, sitting there with large yellow eyes. The same red fox from my dream, somehow curling its lip into an eerie smile. After that encounter, we never did go back to that campsite. We did continue to camp, but in more populated areas. I didn't tell my grandma what I saw, but she had told me to trust my gut. She knew that I was sensitive to certain entities and that it would help me if I trusted it. Now, this seems like it would be the end of the story, but I'm afraid it isn't. There was one more encounter I had with the creature, and it was much more terrifying than the first time. The second encounter I had was when I was 17, many years later. By this time, I knew very well what a skinwalker was, and I was still very paranoid every time I was near wooded areas. I still worried about seeing that fox, but I never really thought about it too much. Me and my 2 younger siblings were staying at a relative's house for Christmas. They lived way up in the mountain area, and I think they were my great aunt and uncle, but I'm not sure. Where they lived, there was no cell service at all, so unless we hooked up to the Wi-Fi, we had no phones. I didn't mind the house, still loving the woods no matter what happened. Although at night I hated how they didn't close their window curtains, making it easy for anything outside to see inside. But I did feel safe while inside the house, knowing that they wouldn't let anything hurt us kids. Luckily, it didn't snow where they lived, so we could go outside and run around. They also had this beautiful black lab, being about a year old, named Pam. She was very playful and normally wouldn't listen to anyone but my uncle. Although she was easily excitable, she was a good puppy. One of the days that we were there, my little sister and our aunt went to the store for a nice girls' day. Although I'm a girl, I wanted to go hiking with my uncle and my little brother. We left pretty early since the hike we were doing was 4 hours of walking into town. It was a really chilly morning, but since we were doing so much walking, it felt great. We also decided to take Pam, it being a good way for her to get exercise and have fun. About maybe an hour into our walk, I slowed down a bit, wanting to enjoy the beautiful forest. It was so peaceful, I could have honestly just stayed there. But as we continued to walk, I started to feel something odd. I noticed how quiet the forest had suddenly become, hearing only our footsteps and my brother talking to our uncle. Pam noticed it too, her ears going straight up and growling softly. I started to pick up my pace to get next to my brother, worried that possibly a coyote or mountain lion was nearby. I knew, though, that they wouldn't be out at this time. Even if they were, they didn't walk near the roads. My little brother was only 9 at the time, and being the oldest sibling, my natural instincts to protect him kicked in. My uncle noticed the silence as well, telling us to stay close to him and Pam, who was now next to me, still growling. I began to feel that horrible feeling again, that ice-cold fear that I once felt when I was 6. I tried so hard not to think of the creature, but it was all I could worry about. I was scared. I felt like I was back to being that scared little 6-year-old girl again. I had to stop for a moment, though. Seeing that my shoelace had come undone, I quickly kneeled down to tie it back up, trying to hurry and just get out of there. That's when I heard it.
Aaliyah,
In that moment, my heart dropped into my stomach. My eyes were widened, and I could just feel myself start to shake from fear. It was right next to me. I heard it clear as day. I slowly turned my head, and there it was. That same red fox, still having those horrid yellow eyes, and that same demented smile. Only this time, I saw it much more clearly. Its fur looked so matted and disgusting. The smell it had was like rotten, decaying flesh, mixed with garbage. Its limbs were much too long for a normal fox, the back legs bending completely the wrong way. Those eyes were still the worst thing about it, but now they looked emptier than I remembered. I wanted to scream, to run, to cry, but I just couldn't. I was frozen as I was, too scared to even blink. Then I heard it speak again. This time, however, it had mimicked my little brother's voice. "Found you." Before anything else could happen, Pam suddenly jumped in front of me and started to bark like mad, snapping and growling so aggressively that it scared me out of my frozen trance. When I looked back, it was gone. I used that moment to run over to my brother and uncle, who didn't see what I saw, as they were too far ahead now. But I heard my uncle start to pray and sing a song under his breath, keeping my brother and myself close to him. I was just too scared to even look back, so I kept my eyes on the ground and refused to stop walking. Pam had stopped barking, but she was still loudly growling and never left my side as we continued our hike. My little brother was a bit worried, but he just thought it was a coyote. When we finally made it into town, my uncle called our aunt and told her to come and pick us up, saying something about it wasn't safe for us to walk back. Thankfully, she did come and get us, but she was confused since we had talked about that hike for days. On the car ride back, Pam never left me alone. She was right with me the entire time. She knew that that thing was after me, and she protected me. I was very grateful that she was with us. Who knows what would have happened if she wasn't. When we got back to the house, I was talked to by my uncle and aunt. Once I told them what happened and what I saw, they had started to pray and check that all the locks were shut tight, my aunt putting something around the doors. I now believe it was probably ashes, but I never did find out. Unfortunately, this cut short our Christmas vacation, as they were worried that I was not safe while still in the woods. We had to be taken home the next day. They ended up making an excuse of how there was an emergency with a friend and that they had to help them out. I felt horrible that this Christmas was ruined, but once I did leave the woods, I truly felt safe again. Before they had to drive back home, though, they told me that it wasn't my fault, and that luckily, it didn't hurt me or the other kids. It did make me feel a bit better, but it still brought up a lot of questions and worries. It was still around. How? Why? What did it want with me? Does it want my skin, my soul? Was I just going to be tormented by this thing forever? I still don't have answers to these questions, and that's what really scares me. Now, I've long since moved from California, and now I live in Kentucky. I do live in the woods, but so far, that thing hasn't found me. I know that seems very stupid on my part, but life had changed a lot when I was growing up. I was given no other option than to live somewhere else, and my grandpa in Kentucky was kind enough to let me live with him. So please, don't call me an idiot for moving into the woods when I had no other choice. Anyways, while I'm happy it hasn't found me, I'm still worried. Can it still find me? Is it still hunting me? I'm not close to anyone who truly knows how to get rid of this thing, And that's why I'm telling my story now, so I can possibly find help. So please, if there's anyone out there who does know, help me. This is something that happened back in 2006. I was 26 and traveling down I-80 across state lines with my boyfriend at the time, who we'll call Chris. We'd been pretty avid travelers for the better part of 2005, 2006. This was our first trip just following I-80 from San Fran to New York. The most memorable stop of the whole trip wasn't our destination, unfortunately. It was when we stayed in Superior, Wyoming, or just slightly outside of it, I guess. We'd wanted to stop there to spend a day in the ice caves, but we ended up getting there a little bit too late in the day to do the hike. So we decided we'd grab a room at the Mint Motel. That's when the first weird thing happened. I'm standing there while Chris checks us into our room, and a lady approaches me. She's wearing a uniform that would indicate that she's a waitress at the diner next door. "Lisa, what the heck are you doing here? I thought you were all tied up with your mans tonight." My name isn't Lisa, but this woman is looking and talking to me like I'm definitely her. I smile and tell her, "Oh, I'm sorry, I think you've got me mixed up with someone else." She smiles, laughs, brushes me on the shoulder, tells me haha, very funny. But when I don't budge, she gives me another look, like she's really examining my face. Awkwardly, I offer my name. "I'm Alex, just visiting with my boyfriend over there." I turn to point to Chris. I turn back and she's just staring at me. Eventually, she snaps herself out of it and says, "I'm sorry. I'm Mary, and wow, my mistake. You are a dead ringer for my friend Lisa. I mean, you two could be twins." I shared an uncomfortable laugh and just dismissed the whole thing as a case of mistaken identity. No worries. I was so unshook I didn't even tell my boyfriend about it when he finished at the front desk. We drop off our stuff in the room, and we head over to the diner to grab some food before ultimately retiring to bed. We grab a seat by the window and wait for someone to take our order. The woman who approaches our table is the woman from the lobby. "Oh, hey again. Alex, right?" I tell her that's right, and this is my boyfriend, Chris. They shake hands, she takes our order, and when she's gone, Chris asks me about my new friend. So I tell him about the lobby experience, and he, like me, shrugged it off. Before our food came, the waitress returns, but this time she's with someone else, another woman. "I'm so sorry to bug you, but I just had to show Angie here, the girl that looks like Lisa's twin. Doesn't she look just like her, Ange?" I watch as Ange, gave me a stare down, the same one that Mary had given me earlier. She agrees and says, "Wow, yeah. No, you could definitely be Lisa." Angie seems uncomfortable, like she doesn't like how much I look like Lisa. They excuse themselves, apologize for interrupting, and walk away. Strange, but okay. We finish our meal, went back to our room, and watched some TV. Before going to bed, we decided to go to the gas station down the street to grab some snacks and waters for the morning at the ice caves. Chris pumps the gas, and I give him a quick kiss, and then I head inside. The moment I step foot in the store, I feel like someone's looking at me. I peruse the aisle in front of me for a moment, and then I look up. About 10 feet away from me are two dudes, staring at me. They then wave at me, almost menacingly. I divert my eyes and I finish my shopping, probably forgetting to grab something, but I feel uncomfortable and I want to leave. I approach the clerk and I'm getting the same stare. What the fuck? They ring me up, slowly, very slowly, and I can feel that someone is now behind me in line. I know it's those two dudes. because they're not in my peripherals anymore. From what I can tell, there's only 3 other people in this store, but it feels like there's a million eyes all over me. Finally, I pay the man, and I walk out a bit faster than I normally would. I hear the 2 yell something like, "Who's that dude you're with?" But the door closes before he really finishes the sentence. Chris is done pumping the gas, and so I hop in the car. I know I'm acting nervous, so I just say, "Those dudes inside, they were staring, trying to talk to me. I'd rather we just get going before they come out." Chris doesn't hesitate, but he keeps looking inside the store at the guys, like he was trying to get a good look at them or something. Then he transitioned to looking in the mirrors, and so I start looking in the mirrors. I see a truck pulling out of the gas station where we just pulled out of. I ask him, "Is that them? In that truck? Are they following us?" He doesn't answer me immediately. We're about 200 feet from the motel when he starts explaining that we're going to pull in front of the office and get out there, that if these guys are following us, he wants them to have to approach us in front of people where it's well lit. Looking back, I see the truck is still behind us. We barely park before I'm out of the car, and the truck is already pulling up to the closest spot available. And they, too, are getting out of the truck. Chris springs into action, sliding across the hood to position himself in front of me. And for what feels like minutes, we stand there. It feels like we're just waiting for these guys to approach, and when they do, they look straight at me and say, "What the hell, Lisa? Who's this guy you're kissing on?" Before either of us can get a word in, the other guy pipes up, "Yeah, Lisa, what the hell? Does Steve know you're out here with this dweeb?" Chris sort of laughs and says something like, "Oh, this again." The guys shift their gaze to Chris and say something like, "Listen, buddy," and Chris cuts him off. "No, actually, you two listen. This girl here, her name is Alex. My name is Chris. Alex is my girlfriend. We don't know who Lisa is, but it's like not her, okay? You got the wrong person, so please just be on your way so we can call it a night." The guys look less upset, but they look more confused. Then one of the guys who's really been staring at me the whole time says that he's not buying it. No way, man. That is Lisa," pointing at me. He continues, "Come on, Lisa, this is ridiculous. Guys, I don't know what you want from me. I'm not Lisa." Then I think, oh, duh, and I say, "Look, I can prove it. Here's my ID." Chris stops me from grabbing my ID and says, "No way. Don't show these guys where you live. You don't owe them anything." They keep looking at me, and the one that's been mostly quiet says to the other, "Whatever, man. Let's just call Steve. Get him down here and let him decide what's what." "How about that? Not Lisa. We'll just call your actual boyfriend, and him and this guy can duke it out." I can tell he's really expecting me to be upset, to react in some way to what he's just told me and what he's doing. But I just tell them, "Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Just call your friend. I'm sure he can clear this up for you two." I tap Chris's shoulder, and I say, "Let's go." The one guy steps in front of us and says, "No, I think you two should wait for Steve." Chris is about to say something. He's getting heated at this point. But then the guy on the phone taps his buddy and says, Steve says he's with Lisa right now. They're at the bowling alley in Rock Springs." Chris and I watched as the color drained out of these two guys' faces. They went from being so sure of something to being almost afraid of something. They both just sort of stand there, looking at us. They don't hang up their phone, but they don't say anything. So Chris and I start walking back to the room. This time, they don't stop us at all. They just watch in disbelief as we walk away. I turned around 2 or 3 times and they were still staring. After Chris and I talked about it for a while, we started kicking ourselves for not asking to see a picture of Lisa, or even get her last name so we could look her up somehow. We both agreed that all these people really thought I was this person. Their looks would go from, "I know you," even, "Hello, old friend." But then they would all turn to, "Okay, bye now," unsettling. We eventually fell asleep, but I have the strangest dream that night. It was me laying in bed, and then it was also me standing at the end of the bed. Somehow I could see both of me's viewing from a bird's eye position, but I could also change my position. Only when I was in bed, or when I stood at the end of the bed, I saw no one floating above. I could control what I was doing in this dream, or at least that's how it felt. I chose the bird's eye position, and I was waiting for something to happen. The room was well lit, but aside from my other self, I was alone. There was no Chris. The version of me at the end of the bed began to shake the one who was still laying in the bed. It looked painful, but I couldn't feel it. I woke up suddenly and was sweating. I felt pins and needles all over. Very unusual. Then I felt like I may be sick. I have no idea why. I stood up and I was very lightheaded, so I just stood there a moment. After about 30 seconds, I felt great, ready to go back to sleep, actually. When I woke up, I recapped as much of my dream as I could to myself, and I thought about it until Chris woke up. When I told him about the dream, he was sure that it was the result of us thinking about this other chick so much. He said he had a dream too, but he wouldn't elaborate other than, "Yeah, it was like she was your twin, or there was 2 of you. Basically the same dream, right?" So it's the next morning, and we're still talking about the whole event, and Chris says, "We should go see if anyone at the diner has a picture of this Lisa girl." I'm curious, but I'm also hesitant. I agree, and we head over to grab some coffee. I look around for Mary, the first person to mistake my identity, but she's not around. Chris starts to say something, but I get that lightheaded feeling again, and I can't hear him. I start to almost see what I can only describe as double vision, with more vivid colors. Then, as everything slowly starts to go back to normal, no colors or vision issues, I hear from my left a woman's voice. "Did you forget something, sweetheart?" Then she stops, looks at Chris, then back at me. Then she looks me over, examining my outfit, my shoes, and Chris pipes up saying, "Hey, she's not Lisa, and this might sound weird, but do you happen to have a picture of her, this Lisa, or do you know where she might be? Was she just here? Is that why you thought my girlfriend forgot something?" I squeezed Chris's arm, asking him silently to stop, and he just had to get one last sentence out. "Just any way to find her would be great." She stares at us for a moment, and then looks at me longer than necessary, says nothing. She just looks around, almost frantically, before saying, "No, I don't have any pictures. Sorry." And then she walks away, but all while still staring at me, terrified. I look at Chris. He shrugs. I tell him we're getting coffee somewhere else, and we walk away. We load into the car and we're headed to the ice caves. But I just don't want to be in this town anymore. I tell him, let's go straight through, and if we want to hit the ice caves, we can do it on the way back to Cali. He tells me he thinks that we should go, and that we should keep trying to find this Lisa person too. I couldn't give him a good reason, but I just felt like everything in me was saying no. I'm not supposed to be here or something. Without too much debate, Chris agrees that we can make our way out of town. I'm relieved, but I don't feel entirely better. We're passing the last gas station in town, making our way to the light to get from the 371 to I-80. And Chris goes, "Holy shit, Alex. Holy shit, that's her." I sit straight up and I try to see which car or person he's referring to. Where? I don't know which car you're talking about. His head is now turning to the left, and then he moves to looking in the rearview mirror. "Alex, that girl, the one in the brownish car, that's definitely Lisa. Like, you're sitting right next to me, but I swear to God, I also just saw you in that car. She's even got the same hair as you, like wearing it the same and everything. That's kind of scary, actually. Wow. Oh my God, I know I sound like those people, but wow." He's kind of rambling with this level of excitement or amazement, and I just don't know what to say. As I look back at the brownish car, it's continuing its way towards Superior. But all I see is a black mass that seems to fill the entire interior of the car. It's like you couldn't see the seats on the car, or the heads of the people. Just a pulsating darkness. I don't say a thing, but I think to myself, yeah, I don't want to be here anymore. I managed to say to Chris, "Let's just go. I don't really care. I'm not going to approach this person, so maybe let's just drop it." He doesn't seem to get it, and he insists that we turn around and follow these people. Get a photo or some shit. I don't know how to tell him that I just saw a black mass invade that same car that he wants to follow, so I don't. I just patiently-ish say, "Let's just get the hell out of here, please?" I remember he sort of sighed or moped a bit, but ultimately he stayed en route. After a while, I started to get almost worried. I mean, he was silent for a long time, which was unusual. Eventually, he broke the silence with an apology. "I'm really sorry I insisted on you meeting this Lisa chick and following those people or whatever. Like, I don't know why I did that." I reassure him it's fine, but he stops and he tells me, "No, Alex, it's more than that. It's like I didn't actually think that we should follow that car. I actually was really uncomfortable with the idea, but somehow I was suggesting it. And I don't know, just really sorry about that." I told him about the feelings that I got from the idea of staying in that town. I tell him about the black mass. At first, he's supportive of what I say. After several minutes, though, he says, "A black mass, huh? You don't think you're like possessed or something, right?" Not gonna lie, I was sort of offended or irked by this. "Do I think I'm possessed? No, Chris, I don't think I'm possessed." Then I feel bad, like maybe I shut him down. So after some time, say, "I was thinking more like a doppelganger. A fancy way to say long-lost twin. Like, couldn't that be something? I don't know exactly what it means, but people have talked about them being a thing before, right?" Now this is where Chris and I ultimately disagree about the whole experience. I mean, it goes deeper than just this experience. We aren't together anymore, after all. But he believes it to be the work of the devil. That I'm possessed, or that something was trying to possess me while I was there. We just go back and forth on how illogical each other's ideas are. He doesn't believe in doppelgangers, and I don't know what I believe in, but I certainly don't feel possessed. Maybe neither of our theories are correct. I just know I had that feeling, the I don't think we should meet, and I wasn't even sure why. Only later did I learn that you shouldn't interact with your other self. So that feels like my intuition doing its job, and me doing mine by listening. The dream I had that night, it also felt more like a hallucination. Then there's the dark mass. I mean, what does that mean? What is that about? It doesn't seem to fit with most accounts of potential doppelgangers, but I'm not sure. Most eerie to me was probably the way the people looked at me. They really saw someone else at first. In a very small town, they mistook me for this person that they see every single day, seems like. And when they had to accept I wasn't her, they almost looked afraid. To my knowledge, Chris has never been back to Superior, and neither have I. We definitely didn't stop there on the way back. It's amazing how many other ice caves you can find when you're really trying just to avoid one. Today I was upstairs in my computer office room, doing my college homework. I've lived in this house my whole life, and very rarely something out of the ordinary happens. Occasionally, in the office room upstairs, I hear weird noises that sound like an elephant does, or a whimpering. I ignore it since it's probably just the wind and nothing to worry about. Yesterday, when I was up there at night, the lights just completely died, leaving me in the dark. Naturally, I jumped a little bit, but I replaced the light bulb and moved on with everything. So now, today, just a few hours ago, made me really scared. I was upstairs working on an art project. I had my laptop on Discord talking to two of my friends as I was doing the project. I had no headphones in or anything. Also, it was just me and my sister who were home. She was downstairs in her room, watching a movie. All of a sudden, the door to the room I was in freaked me out. I heard 3 loud knocks on the door. It genuinely sounded like someone was outside the door. I thought it was my sister at first, so I shouted, "What?" No response. I open the door and nobody is there. I immediately look at the staircase and nobody. I yell for my sister. She says she was in her room the whole time. I believe her because there's no possible way that she could have physically knocked on the door and ran down the stairs that fast. I would have heard her. Since then, I've been scared to go in that room because now I'm pretty convinced something's wrong. If anyone can give me any form of advice on what to do, I would appreciate it. Thank you. When I was 13 years old, my father and I would take daily trips to our local laundromat to do our drying because while we had a washing machine at home, our dryer had died and we couldn't afford a new one. Usually we'd just sit in the car in the parking lot and listen to the radio, or go for a drive along the river. However, with the winter weather quickly approaching, my father needed to get new wiper blades for his windshield wipers and decided to drive up the road to Walmart. While he went to the automotive section, I decided to go over to the books and magazines to see if they had anything that interested me. As I perused the shelves looking at the graphic novels and paperback books, I heard a kind of soft sobbing coming from behind me. I walked to the end of the aisle and saw the source was a guy a few aisles over, sitting on a bench near the pharmacy section. He saw me looking at him and stood up and moved down an adjacent aisle. Returning to what I was doing, I decided on getting Ultimate Spider-Man Volume 3 titled Double Trouble, and I was about to join my father in the automotive section when he texted me and asked me to grab some deodorant from the health and beauty. I walked down a few aisles to the health and beauty section, and that's when I saw the guy. He was just standing, staring at the shaving cream, still sobbing. I just shook my head and grabbed a thing of Old Spice deodorant, my father's brand, and I was about to leave when I heard a loud huffing sound, followed by a loud grunting. I turned to see the sad guy, standing there, holding a razor blade in his left fingers, stained with blood, and blood pouring from the wrist on his right arm. I immediately ran from the aisle, looking for someone, and found an employee nearby stocking shelves. "Help! I shouted, pointing to the health and beauty section. "A guy just slit his wrists over there." The next several minutes were a blur of employees and paramedics who rushed over to help the guy. My father and I watched as he was wheeled out on a stretcher and loaded into the ambulance. According to the newspaper, a few days later, the guy survived his wounds, having sliced horizontally instead of vertically. Turns out he'd been newly divorced from his wife of 10 years and didn't want to be alone. I hope he got the help that he needed and didn't try to hurt himself again. I'm from Japan, and I've had several paranormal or inexplicable experiences throughout my life, although I'm still a skeptic. I decided to share one of my stories with the hope of hearing from others about similar experiences. To this day, I still wonder if it was an actual human being or something else. When I was 14, my family and I went on a trip to a rural place in a prefecture called Nagano. We had to drive through the mountains for a while. When we drove past a parking lot on the side of the mountain road, I heard a man's voice saying,
"Excuse me."
The voice sounded sort of devoid of energy or soulless, yet it was so clear. It sounded so lifeless that I got the impression that he was injured and asking for help. But at the same time, it sounded like my brain had played tricks on my ears, so I ignored it. In Japan, we call it sky ear when you hear things that aren't there. So, about 5 seconds after hearing the voice, I told my family, "I just heard sky ear." My brother said, "Me too." My father, who was driving, looked back and said, "Someone said, 'Excuse me,' right?" My brother then responded, "I heard, 'Help me.'" My father took a U-turn and drove back. He parked on the side of the parking lot, got out with my brother, and started looking for the person. There were a few cars parked, so they were even looking under the cars. My mom, who was sitting behind me, was confused because she had not heard a voice at all. At this point, we didn't think it was anything paranormal. We were concerned that there may be someone injured or dying. But while waiting in the car, both my mother and I suddenly started feeling spooked out. My mother was especially freaking out, saying, "I'm feeling really scared all of a sudden." My father and my brother came back into the car, looking confused. My father kept saying that it was surreal because they went to see if there was anywhere that a person could have gone, but there was no path behind the parking lot. It was sort of just a steep cliff, and there was no soul in any of the cars or down the cliff. I still remember what the voice sounded like. It was an adult male voice. It sounded so flat and monotonous that you would think whoever said it wasn't quite alive. Have you ever heard a voice like that? We were arriving at my friend's coworker's house after work. There were 5 of us, and her boyfriend was already home. It was around 10:30 p.m., and as we entered the small duplex, I locked the front door behind me from habit. Not 30 seconds after I made it to her bedroom, 5 feet away, I heard someone trying to open the front door. I proceeded to ask if she or her boyfriend were expecting anyone over, and they said no. Her boyfriend went to the door as the person outside started knocking. We looked outside to see someone in a hoodie, pulled all the way over where his face was obscured from the side. Her boyfriend asked through the door what he needed, and he answered that he was locked out of his house. He needed to borrow a phone. Her boyfriend told him no, and the guy says, "Come on, man, just open the door." We said no and to leave. There was a 24-hour gas station literally across the street. 15 minutes later, I see someone peek into the living room, and someone again tried to open the door. We all come to the door and yell through, telling him to leave. He keeps saying, "I don't know why you can't just open the door. Just open the door and let me use your phone." We said no, and he eventually left. While he was outnumbered, we didn't know if there was someone with him hiding, if he had a gun, etc. What mainly freaked me out was that he kept trying the door before knocking. My first year out of high school, I got a job working on the promo team at what was then the Key Arena and is now the Climate Pledge Arena. If you've ever been to a sporting event, we're the people who hand you shit at the doors when you come in, and then we run onto the court and throw t-shirts during halftime. The pay was garbage, but I'll never forget having the opportunity to watch so many NBA games from the tunnels. The ones under the seats that lead to the locker rooms, the kitchens, etc. I actually don't know what is all in the tunnels because they're so massive. I've only been able to see locker rooms, kitchen, promo break room, and a couple offices. The highlight of my promo career was tossing Sean Kemp a water before they went onto the court. He didn't say thank you, but I'm sure that was just adrenaline. He knows who had his back that night. Some nights I'd be scheduled to work the Seattle Storm games. It's a shame their attendance isn't larger for how talented these ladies are. It was actually one of these nights where this incident occurred. And it would be the last time that I saw these parts of the Key Arena. Me and this girl are walking down one of the corridors to grab a couple of t-shirt boxes to fold and rubber band in preparation for halftime. She mentions how cold it is, and I must agree, although it is only cold stone that makes up the walls of these tunnels. The direction we were going in, it was becoming noticeably colder. I'm only slightly behind her when I feel a cold wind brush, not against me, more like through me. At almost the exact same moment, she turns around and sorta swats something away from her ear and says, "Hey, so not funny." Confused, I gave her a what the heck kind of look. Trying to scare me, blowing in my ear. I tell her that for real, I didn't do that. She scoffs and we keep walking. Whatever. There's no point in trying to convince her it wasn't me. But there was a part of me that wanted to tell her about the cold rush I'd felt. She was walking even more ahead of me now, looking down and off to the side. Probably because she thought I was going to try to scare her again. I noticed that just ahead of her, in the room that we need to go in, it looks like something standing in the doorway, in the dark. I wasn't going to let this one slip away, so I said to her, "You see that, right? In the doorway. What is that?" She stops in her tracks after looking up. There's clearly a dark shadow figure standing in the doorway. Once I reach her, I stop next to her and ask what she thinks. Like, should anyone be back here? Is that even a person? Basically, I'm asking her things and she's ignoring me. I look over at her and she's in some sort of trance. She won't blink. So I tell her, "I'm leaving," and I start to walk away. I get pretty far down and she doesn't follow me, just keeps staring forward at the figure in the doorway, with her back towards me. The figure in the doorway hadn't moved either, so I decided that it was some sort of life-size cardboard cutout, maybe of one of the players, since it was pretty tall. It was just sitting in the dark, that's all. I ask her, "Okay, do you want me to go first or something?" She still doesn't say anything. At this point, we're going to be late, so I tell her to just give me the keys and I'll go grab them from the back room, and she can head back. As I'm walking back towards her, the figure in the doorway does the same. I freeze, and so does the figure, except it's no longer in the dark doorway. It's hovering in the hallway, directly in front of this chick, but still a good 30 feet away from her. It was taller than either of us, and it was bobbing up and down, quickly yet slowly. Think ink moving in water, but in slow motion. I started to feel as though I couldn't move my feet, so instead of continuing towards the girl, I test out my feet by running them and booking it in the other direction. I decided I wanted to exit, with or without her accompanying me. I can't go running into the stadium acting like this, or they'll probably commit me. So I make my way to the nearest exit as quickly as I can. Except it's not an exit to the outside. It's just an exit into more of the corridor. That probably leads to an exit eventually. Normally, when you enter a section through the tunnels, the motion lights are activated. So why weren't they turning on in this room? I stop running, still trying to decide what to do next. Run into the darkness to my right, possibly encounter another one of those things, or go back through the corridor to my left to the entrance of the tunnel. I decide to head back toward the corridor to my left. I then hear the girl pummeling down the hallway, screaming and possibly crying. She passes by the entryway to the section I'm standing in. She's going so fast, she looks like a total blur as she does. I stop walking and wait to see if she's followed by the inky black thing. When it doesn't happen, I make a mad dash for the entrance to the tunnel. It also doesn't look like the game was disrupted in any way, but it was almost halftime and I definitely wasn't geared up to do my job. I don't see the girl anywhere. I do see my boss across the court, diagonal from where I'm standing. She's motioning for me to stop where I am, that she's coming to me. When she reaches me, she's asking for an explanation as to why my counterpart just came out of this area screaming her head off, without any t-shirts. She tells me that she's going to go find the girl, and I need to go down the corridor to get the t-shirts, as many as I can carry. Ego, pride, disbelief, I don't know what the hell it was, but I could not bring myself to tell this lady that I was afraid of the shadow inky thing down the corridor. She was already gone before I could piece together that I didn't have the keys to the back room. Once she's gone, I realize I'm not going back down the corridor either way. On my way out, I see the two of them, the girl who was definitely crying and trying to form sentences for the boss, who had her back to me. I don't actually care if she sees me. I think I've had a great 6 months working here, all good times, till now. I don't need to come back, ever. So I respectfully nope my way out of there, and I make my way home. I never did see the girl again, or the boss lady. No one actually even called to follow up with me, which in retrospect is sort of messed up, but whatever. I guess what's most important is that I never had to see that thing again. I do wonder, though, does it still exist, even after all the construction? Curious. So before I go too into detail, I want to make sure that it's clear to everyone reading this that I realize how crazy it sounds. But I assure you, it is true. Every word. I would think that someone was on something if they told me this, but I lived it. So, sometime back in 2004 or 2005, I lived in some apartments in North Austin called International Residence. I had a small efficiency apartment by myself, and at the time, I was trying to become a world-famous rapper. You can still find some of my stuff on YouTube. Anyways, I had more beer in my fridge than food. My neighbors were the strippers that lived across the way, and they wanted to hang out with me every single day. I had no complaints, of course. Well, on New Year's, I decided that I would go to my cousin's in Sealy, Texas, about 100 miles away, for a New Year's bash. I arrived in Sealy, and everything was great. We partied down, had a good old time at this huge, fancy ranch. After the party was over, I headed back to my cousin's, still in Sealy, mind you, and I crashed out on her couch. So, the dream. That night I had the most vivid dream. Now, when I say vivid, I mean it was so real that I thought it was absolutely 100% real. I remember I walked up to my neighbor's door, the stripper neighbor, and I knocked. They were having a party. They opened up the door and had a house full of people. Everyone was happy to see me. I remember taking pictures with people. In particular, one of me and the stripper neighbor kissing at midnight. I remember taking shots and everything that you do at a New Year's party. I remember everything but leaving. I do remember walking out the door and then nothing. The next day. The next morning, I wake up on the couch at my cousin's in Sealy, 100 miles away. I had to catch a bus that morning, so my cousin dropped me off, and I headed back to Austin. My mom was waiting for me and drove me home. I was walking up to my house, toting my bags, and as I'm standing there trying to unlock my door, I hear,
"Hey, Grinch."
That was my nickname. I got it tatted on my back. I turn around and it's my neighbor, you know, the stripper.
"You enjoy the party last night?"
She asked. Assuming she meant my cousin, since that's where I was, I said, "Yeah, how was your party?" She looked at me funny and said,
"You should know. You were there."
I in turn looked at her puzzled, remembering the dream from the night before. I was in Sealy last night. Remember, I went to my cousin's. My mom just dropped me off from the bus stop. I think she realized I was serious because she took a moment to look at my bags and started saying,
No. No way, dude. No fucking way. We saw you here at the party last night."
I said, "That's impossible. I was passed out on a couch 100 miles away." "We took pictures of you last night, dude. I've got them on my camera." She was adamant. I assumed that somebody came to their party that looked like me, and they were all too drunk to realize it wasn't me. And so I was like, let's see these pics. So we go up to her apartment and sit side by side on the couch and start looking through pictures. The first few weren't out of the ordinary, people having fun and whatnot. Then we came to the picture that looked weird. The one where a guy that I knew was standing there with his arm up, like you would if you had it around somebody's shoulder and you were posing for a picture. But there was nobody there. I started to feel cold and sweaty because I remembered that in my dream, I had been in that picture. We go through a few more pictures and come to one of everyone together. I remember it also from the dream. I remember being right in the middle, but in this picture, there was a blank space right where I should have been standing. I look up at my neighbor, and she's about to cry. She was so freaked out. I was freaked out too. Before she went any further, I told her about my dream and asked, "Did you take a picture of us kissing at midnight?" "Yes, I did," she said excitedly, frantically looking through the pictures. Then there was a close-up selfie of my neighbor kissing air. There was nobody there. It was marked 12 a.m., January 1st. She dropped the camera and started pacing around saying,
No. That's crazy. There's no way.
As the day went on, more of her friends showed up, and every single one of them said they for sure saw me there, and we all marveled at the implications of what this meant. Years later. So I was probably 25 when this happened. I'm 41 now. I lost contact with my stripper friend and the people I called neighbors, as people do. But often I think back about that night. I try to wrap my head around it. I looked it up and I believe I performed, if that's the word, astral projection. I would really like to know if anyone else has had experiences like that, or even know how it was done. I've never done it before or since. Leave a comment if you have any ideas, comments, stories. So back in the day, I used to work as a bartender at a dancers club. Tips were good and I needed the money. It was work, whatever. Management was okay and the girls were mostly lovely. I actually really liked my job. The customers were pretty average to deal with, but what customers aren't? I got a lot of really horrible comments from a lot of men, but I could always stand up for myself just fine. One night, I was doing the rounds, picking up empty glasses around the main room, when I felt a hand grab me. Not aggressively, just a gentle hand around my wrist as I was near a table. And this is the weirdest thing. Normally, I'd snatch my hand back, but I made eye contact with this man and just froze. He didn't look horrifying or anything. At first glance, he just looked like an ordinary guy. He was pale, 40-ish, blonde haircut, really, really bright blue eyes. I've been checked out at work more times than I can count, but this man, there was something very different about the way this man stared at me. Honestly, the closest I've ever been to describing it is that hazed over look that cats get in their eyes when you dangle string in front of it. I didn't know what it was at the time. I still don't. But the man made my hairs stand on end. It was like my body was afraid and telling me to run, even though there was no reason to. I was like a deer in headlights. He wanted me to sit with him, and even though I wasn't allowed to, I sat down. His hand moved up my arm, began to stroke my face, so lightly he was barely touching it.
You have beautiful skin,
he said slowly. The way he spoke was just flat and odd. I was still frozen. He moved his hands down to my mouth. He gently pulled back my top lip to expose my top teeth.
You have beautiful teeth.
It was like he was examining me. At this point, my entire body was screaming at me. You need to get away from here. Now. He had just started to talk about a hotel room that he'd rented, when luckily, one of the older veteran dancers came over and interrupted the interaction to flirt with him. I snapped out of it immediately. She handled the whole thing smoothly, giving me a reassuring wink as I carried the glasses off. 10 minutes later, I bumped into her backstage after she'd taken the man into a private room. I asked her jokingly how it was. She just shook her head as she rifled through her bag for makeup. What happened? Are you okay? I asked her, getting concerned. She looked up, giving me a serious look and shaking her head again, but slower, which meant I'm not talking about it. I left her alone and continued my shift. The following week, I went in for my regular Friday slot. I didn't see the dancer again. Apparently, she'd quit that night. Now, I know technically nothing bad happened. The man wasn't aggressive and I wasn't assaulted. I don't think he did anything too out of line in the private rooms. He would have gotten kicked out, and the girls would have heard about it. I've had plenty of drunk men at the bar try their luck, so I've seen almost every trick in the book, and still, I've never encountered anyone else like him. I'll never forget the deep gut terror I experienced just being near that man. Even before he said anything, even though I didn't have an explicit reason, I just knew that something was very, very wrong. Hey y'all, I've got some weird shit going on and I've kind of been pointed this way for some help. I live really far in the sticks of South Central Pennsylvania. I'm a night owl because of the shift I work, so I'm often awake all night, piddling about the house or watching Netflix. I was doing just that one night a few months ago, when I heard and felt a solid thump against the exterior wall of my trailer. I paused my show and listened for a few minutes. Nothing. I went back to my show, and I heard or felt another thump on the opposite wall. This time I was up and drew my handgun. I am who I am, and I always have one. And I moved to my door. As I was reaching for the handle, I suddenly got the extreme urge to not open that door. My gut has gotten me out of some very bad things in my life, so I listened to it. I sat down on my couch and listened for a couple of hours. Nothing else happened. The next night, I heard a lot of movement outside my trailer and instantly was up and went outside with my handgun. I have a 1,000-lumen light attached to it, and I shined it into the yard. The house was surrounded by deer, not too abnormal. They all kind of galloped away, except one. It was way too big and didn't seem right. Misshapen. It was so far away that I couldn't see it super well with my light on. It looked at me, and my hair was up on my neck. I aimed at it, and we kinda had a stare down. Just as my finger moved to the trigger guard, it walked away. Real janky-like. Not galloping like deer do. It stared at me the whole time until it was in the woods. I noped my ass back inside. Next night, I was at work, and when I got home, my girlfriend asked me to take a pistol out of the safe, load it, and put it in the bedroom closet. I did so and asked why. She said that when she was feeding the baby in the middle of the night, something thumped on the door to the trailer, and it scared her. I told her nothing of my experiences with the thumping. What am I dealing with? And what do you all recommend I do? My brother's partner, best friend, and I recently took a trip to Kansas City to go to an Orville Peck concert. We waited until sort of last minute to reserve an Airbnb because we weren't 100% sure who was all going. Nonetheless, we found one just outside of Kansas City in a suburb called Grandview at a pretty reasonable rate. The host's overall rating was good, and we didn't see anything out of the ordinary when reading the first few reviews, so we thought we had gotten a pretty good deal. We arrived in Grandview a little after 3 p.m. Our Airbnb was the bottom floor of the owner's home, and as we pulled up to the house, we noticed quite a bit of religious signs and statues on the lawn. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't have an issue with people believing what they believe in, so long as it doesn't infringe upon other people's rights. But here we were, a group of very visibly queer folk, about to attend a gay country concert, blindly walking into someone's home that we'd be staying at for the next 2 nights. We decided there was nothing to be worried about, and that after all, we technically were in the Bible Belt, so we shouldn't be surprised that we were staying in a home of someone who was religious. My brother and partner called the host and met her at the door of our guest suite. She showed them around while the rest of us got our suitcases unloaded. When they came back to meet us, they said that she was super nice, and again, our minds were at ease. We decided to hang out, order food, and rest a little before we headed off to the concert that night. Our comfort didn't last long, though. While we were getting our suitcases unpacked and laying around in one of the bedrooms of our guest suite, my youngest brother was casually looking through the drawers and dressers and side tables, as anyone would. Most of what he found was normal: extra bed sheets, pens, paper tablets, nothing really out of the ordinary. That is, until he came across something that would completely change our outlook on the trip. Inside the drawer was a Bible. Not super weird considering where we were staying, but as he was flipping through the pages, a small tinfoil packet fell out. Now, for those of you who don't know anything about drugs or what they look like, what fell out of that Bible rhymes with smack star heroin. That's right. Not even 30 minutes into our stay, my youngest brother found hard drugs in the fold of the Bible. At this point, we weren't sure what to do. We didn't want to tell the hosts, and we most certainly didn't want to call the cops. We contemplated taking the packet and throwing it away at some random gas station, but ultimately we decided to put it back where we found it and act like none of us had seen it. We got food and started getting ready for the concert. While the rest of us got ready, my partner, who wasn't going to the concert, started reading through the household handbook. Everything seemed pretty standard, except a few lines that read something like, "We will respect your privacy so long as you respect ours. We can be as available as you need us to be, and if you're interested in speaking about the ministries of God, feel free to reach out." Again, I have nothing against people following the religions they do, but that seemed like an awfully out-of-place thing to put in your house rules handbook for your guest suite. There were a few other books around the guest suite that stuck out as a bit off base, with titles like Teaching Men to Comprehend How Women Think and How Women Should Think. We ignored these things for the most part, aside from my partner, who was now freaked out about being left alone in the suite while the rest of us went off to our concert. I told him it was just some Bible-thumping bullshit, and that he really didn't have anything to worry about. He's a worrywart, though, so as soon as we left, he locked himself in the bedroom and started looking a little bit more into the books that we found. He came to the realization that the books were associated with a group called IHOP-KC, or International House of Prayer, a predominant religious cult founded in Kansas City, a majority of whose members live in the Grandview suburb where we were staying. I could write a whole separate post about the beliefs of IHOP-KC members, but essentially they are an evangelical Christian group that has a functioning 24/7 prayer room that's been going nonstop since 1999. There's also a murder, ruled suicide, cover-up associated with the group. But again, it's all too much to go over here. We got back from the concert really late. Not to mention a couple of us were still heavily intoxicated from drinking at the concert. So he didn't mention anything about it that night, but he was quick to tell us in the morning. At this point, we thought, okay, these people are part of some weird church. Whatever, it's fine. That explained some of the weird rules and books that we'd found. We left for the day to go hang out around the city, and when we got back to rest, my friend and partner started doing some more reading on the group. That is when they found that we were actually staying in one of the predominant leaders' houses. We figured this out by cross-referencing the names of our hosts with the names of important members on the International House of Prayer University website. After this, we started to snoop a little bit more in our suite. We found large barrels of dried food, a jug of some liquid that we later found out is what they drink when they fast, and lots of IHOP KC teaching materials. Basically, it seemed like they were completely prepared for some sort of end-of-times rapture. Eventually, we did go back and read more thoroughly through the reviews, and we found a few that would have set off some red flags. For example, one review stated how the male owner brought out a gun in front of the people who were staying there. Yikes. Not to mention, if there was even a hint of negative review left, the host would leave a snarky reply. Needless to say, we spent as much time away from the Airbnb as we could for the remainder of our trip, and although we were never in any direct danger, we did feel very uncomfortable with the whole thing. It started when I was staying with a friend one night, and we were hanging out like usual. Her father had come inside because he thought he saw coyotes, and he was excited because they don't normally get close to the house. We went outside quietly to check it out. He flashed his light towards it, and all we could see were greenish eyes, glowing, looking towards us near the tree line. That's all we could see. Since we thought it was a coyote, her father had shot at it. We didn't know if he had hit it or not, but the eyes were still there. But after he'd shot it, it started moving its head in an unnatural way, kind of nodding side to side. We went to check it out and see if it was injured and lying out there. We looked all around the area where it was and saw nothing. Even drove around the woods to see if it had tried to run away. That wasn't the last time I saw this creature. About a month or so later, my friend had gotten sent away for a while. I've always been a close family friend, so I decided to come up to her father's to stay for a couple of days and check up on him. It was kind of early in the morning, and a sunny day. Her father had told me that he was going to work and I'd be in the house alone until he got back in the afternoon. So he left and I was hanging out in the living room, playing on my phone. I left the door open since it was nice out. All of a sudden, I feel the need to look out the window because I thought someone was outside. I opened the curtains and looked around, and then I saw something out of the corner of my eye in the area that we saw the coyote a while back. I looked in the direction and I saw this terrifying, human-like creature around the same spot on the border of the trees. It was sort of kneeled down like a person, looking directly at me. It was all black and very skinny, longish arms and legs, and it was a bit tall. It had this wood or leaves-looking cape thing on its back. It also didn't seem to have any facial features from what I could see, just the facial structure and indents where the eyes should be. I was in shock staring at it. It's like I couldn't take my eyes off of this creature, trying to make sure I was actually seeing this shit and not my mind playing tricks on me. So I kept looking at it, and all of a sudden, it raised its hand up, and it seemed like it was waving at me, and it tilted its head to the side and started nodding its head, just like what we thought the coyote was doing. After that, I snapped back and stood up to run and close the door. When I got to the door, someone was driving up to the house, and the creature was no longer there. I then got the fuck out of there. Here's something else that happened before both experiences that may or may not be related to this creature. Another night while my friend and I were home alone, we were just chilling on our phones and my friend kept falling asleep. I was getting creeped out, so I kept waking her up. Then she started talking nonsense, that her father was here and talking to her. And I could snap her out of it. When I did, she would ask where he was, which she knew he had left, but was convinced he came back home. I sort of laughed about it and explained to her that he hasn't come home yet. She seemed really tired, but kept talking about him being there, which I was disagreeing with. Then all of a sudden, we heard her father's voice from the hallway or another room. It said her name, just like he would if he was trying to get her attention or have her come to that room. We both heard it loud and clear, but no one was home except for us, not even anyone outside. After that, we didn't hear anything else for a while, and after a little bit, we still had our guards up because of what happened, and we started hearing noises from outside, which sounded like multiple people talking and laughing. Kind of sounded like her father and his friends. We were very scared by then and called her father to see when he would be home and to hurry up. He said he was on his way home. Slowly, the voices calmed down, and eventually, her father got home. So honestly, I'm not sure if I should consider this a paranormal or UFO encounter. But I don't know if what I saw would be considered a UFO. This happened in winter of 2016, when I was home for winter break from college. Late one night, my friend and I were walking to my parents' nice neighborhood near downtown, looking for a place to smoke. For some reason, my friend and I stupidly decided that we'd go to the nearby elementary playground. They had swings. When we turned the corner, I saw in a short distance of maybe 50, 75 feet, a void black blob or orb hovering about 2 feet tall and quickly moving a few inches above the ground across the street from us. As it hovered towards the curb of the sidewalk in front of us, it smoothly floated over the curb. So it definitely didn't have legs. When it moved under the streetlight, it didn't give off a reflection. So whatever it was didn't seem to be man-made either. After it floated over the curb and sidewalk, it stopped at one of the elementary buildings that had a gap under it. The school is on a hill. Then it squished or warped to a black flat oval shape and went under the gap. My friend and I quickly glanced over at each other to make sure that we both had seen what we saw. Then we ran over to the gap under the building. I flashed my light there, but couldn't see anything. After I got home, I scoured the internet for any info that I could find, but there wasn't anything. A few years later, I went back to check the gap, and it had been filled in. Shortly after moving into my first place, I started having strange encounters with one of my neighbors on laundry night. I would pass through my neighbor's carport when it rained to get to the laundromat. He stood in the shadows a bit and startled me several times, possibly avoiding the rain. I tried to be friendly, but he would just stare at me, smoking his cigarette, not say a word. Soon, it became a regular routine for him, and then the apartment across the way opened up, and he moved to that one. I changed laundry to a daytime-only event. One night, I sat on my stoop on the phone and noticed a red light in the distance. It was him, sitting in the dark with a video camera, pointed straight at me. I went inside to tell my friend, who had just been crashing at my place for a few weeks, freaked out and relieved about that timing. That night, he went out, and when he was gone, I heard loud bangs. They sounded far away, but I used a noisemaker, so I couldn't be sure what it was. The next day leaving, we noticed that the wood on the door around the deadbolt was smashed up. I asked him if he noticed it when he came back, but it was late and he was drunk, so he wasn't sure. The maintenance people looked and were very concerned because it looked like someone had tried to break in while I was home alone. Shortly after that, I left and got a new apartment. Luckily, my new roommate had an amazing big dog, and when she was out of town one night, I woke up at like 3 a.m. to him growling at her window. I went over and ensured it was locked. The next day, my neighbors asked if I was locked out, and I asked no, why? Sure enough, the screen on the outside was all twisted, as if someone tried to break in, but got interrupted by a very big dog. The worst part was I had out-of-state plates, and all of my friends kept telling me that I should get them switched, that I was sticking out to the police. I often thought that he tracked me down by my plates and tried again at my new place. Or maybe I was just paranoid, and these were a series of break-ins, looking for money or jewelry or something. When I was in my early 20s, I had an apartment right off a major road, adjacent to a gas station. They had this deal where you pay $10 for a cup and get free refills for a year. I love unsweetened iced tea, and they actually keep theirs fresh. I got to know the staff pretty well and went probably once or twice a day. They even gave me an award for favorite customer, which was crazy sweet. One day, I was tipsy with a friend, going for more beer, and there was a man with a super cute puppy. We asked if we could pet it, and the little monster jumped in my arms, and my beer-warmed heart melted. He tells me the dog is blah blah certified. It was actually a flea-encrusted mutt, and I loved him. So he would sell him to me for $800. After letting him know I couldn't afford a dog, then thanking him for letting me play, I tried to set the bugger down, but it cried and clawed its way back to me for kisses. Jokingly, I said, "Well, I guess he chose me." I took 2 exaggerated and slow steps away, and then I asked him for help to get the noodly puppy so I could wander off to Beer Town. Sad to leave my new furry soulmate, but I didn't think anything negative about it until the next day or two. I go to get tea and say hello to my friend, the cashier, when she starts freaking out. The puppy-selling guy had come in and interrogated the woman about who I am and where I live. He came back with a video camera to record her. Then, he called the cops to report me, and I guess force them to give up my secret identity. Meanwhile, I was literally in eye view on the second-story balcony, smoking cigarettes and cramming like 6 people into my tiny ledge. The cops left because he's obviously unbalanced and was forced to leave as well. That wouldn't stop our hero of the story, though. He was fighting for his puppy's welfare after I ruthlessly tried to steal him and, I don't know, eat him. Maybe my kisses were menacing. He had a very noticeable truck. It had a camper on the back, covered in psalms and creepy Jesus conspiracy bullshit painted on the actual truck. He would park outside and wait for my return. The staff all bonded together and didn't know me or where I lived or anything about the ginger bitch. I would check out my window before rushing in to get updates and truly thought that he would move on. One night at 3 a.m., someone starts pounding on my door. I call the cops. Psalm truck is in the driveway, but gone before the cops arrive. I ask to put a restraining order, but apparently a vague description of a describable truck is not enough. 3 a.m. the next night, the night after that, I get a letter. But I shit you not, it's written on the back of a Bud Light lime box. It offers me a white kitten and college tuition if I give this anonymous novelist a call. I had a tuxedo cat that loved to sit in the window and scream. So I brought the Bud Light Lime offer to the police station, and one of the guys was in tears laughing, as was I, while apologizing because he knew how terrified I was, but it was a super frickin' awkward situation. I had 2 police cruisers parked outside my house for a good month. It was a good spot to await danger anyway. I remember one day there was a half-naked man stabbing a tree in my yard, and the same cop showed up and pointed at me on the 2nd-story balcony, laughing, and then came up and had a beer after his shift. Life is weird. I have photos of the Bud Light Lime offer, so I'll post them here.